Oh no, guys. Server shutdown in 14 minutes. Man, Blizzard hates the shit out of us. I gotta tell you, they are the op. Oh, without question, they are the op. How's it going, guys? What can you do? I don't noob. We fire up the stream and they immediately turn the servers off. What about go? I was trying to see what kind of builds we can cook up for Paladin and Dis today. Actually, I think I know what I'm going to run for Dis today. I think I know what I'm going to run for him. That's okay. I think we're going to do a lot of Void Weaver. Man, February's flying by. That's what we're about to find out, Don. That's what I was trying to see. Because they put through a nerf to Empyrean Legacy, which was pretty heavy. And then I wanted to see what kind of like builds people were still playing with. This one looks like it's pretty coherent. Wait, maybe not. Oh, he's not running Empyrean Legacy. Ooh. This might be... Let me get a good look at this. CN, Herald, Light of Dawn. Let's see. Yeah, so they were like getting ready for the nerfs. Yeah. What up, coffee? Yeah, so they were getting ready for the nerfs already. Interesting. Looking at I'm looking at like logs from beta and seeing what kind of things that they're doing. This guy cast lots of Light of Dawns and like a Magister's Terrace and used Beacon of Virtue with it, which I guess explains why he's using the Light of Dawns. Yeah. But this is an interesting idea. He casts a decent amount of Holy Lights with it too. He's not running Empyrean Legacy, and that's the other thing I want to see is, you know, what are the builds where people are not running Empyrean Legacy? You know? When was this? Oh, I think this is before the nerfs actually hit. Use wings for instant holy lights. Oh, Herald, Avenging Crusader, Call of Righteousness, Hand of Divinity. I don't know if you really need to have instant holy lights though. Like, what's the argument for using like more holy lights? And then what's the argument for using Avenging Crusader? Rex. Isn't that good? Yeah, but do you think AC is? Or is it just the argument that you like hit the button because it's a lower cooldown and then you just get instant holy lights? Because holy lights cast time is like what, 1.5 or something like that? 1.3? So it's a little faster than the global cooldown. So you're casting the, you know, the beginning of the GCD when they're instant rather than at the end of them. What up, Orky? Yeah, I get that, like, you get instant holy lights, but is getting them instant that much better than just casting them? Is my question. That's what we're about to find out, feed. I'm looking through some logs right now, and then we gotta see. And then we gotta see how the changes are. Some silly juice? Nah, this is unsweet iced tea. Some lemon in it. I feel like shit, man. I feel like I'm still waking up. I already got back from the gym and had lunch and breakfast and everything, but I'm still like, ugh. They didn't advance combat log? Oh my god. Somebody ran a log of a 20 and then did not advance combat log it. I can't see what they did. Hmm. Dude, the negativity around Fellowship is, like, exhausting, man. I'm over it. I'm over it. Could not play that game for 5 minutes without somebody complaining about it. So disheartening. What are they complaining about? Like everything. Everything. I think at the bottom of the tree is your Apex talent. Yeah, so it's a beacon that jumps around. It's a beacon that like jumps around from target to target, and it increases your healing on that target, and then it has like a little absorb to it. So May 26th on a Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, I'll check tonight. I'll let you know this weekend. Does it sound like you're watching cartoons as a kid? Let's go. Yeah, so server shutdown's about to hit, so I'm looking at some logs right now and trying to see if I can find some builds and see what people are doing. This guy, is this the same build? Yeah. This guy was running a virtue build. This guy's running a virtue build. And bury me in favorite colors. Is it allowed to show by time? Or like week? Factions, keystone levels, affixes, points, regions. Man, I'm trying to see if I can find some interesting stuff like this week, you know? But nobody's, well, not that many people have been running it yet. This is a 15 from a Russian. Shaman's looking fine, yeah. Herald, double beacon. This looks pretty good. Let's see what we got here. Rusky, Herald, plus. Let's pick this apart real quick. Oh no, he's still running Empyrean Legacy. Never mind. This is an incoherent log. This is a bit of an incoherent log. He's running Empyrean Legacy, right? But he's casting Judgment like not at all. Like no Light of Dawns. So let's see. All dungeons. Yeah, here's what we gotta do. We go down the line. I'm gonna look for Magister's Terrace. Anything recent? February 20th on a 15. Might just be this same Russian guy. Let's see. Oh, this guy was running with Baby Brain. Still the same build. I do think Virtue is weak. I don't think it's actually that good. So I want to see what else people are running. And some people are running just meme builds. Yeah. What's up, Ted? Yeah, I think Shaman's gonna like have solid performance, but I think Shaman will have like solid performance, but it'll be kind of boring to play, honestly. Ooh, interesting. Lightsmith Paladin, AC, Hand of Divinity.
Is who cooking?
About to find out, Wonky. Well, depending on what happens with the servers. We're doing a little bit of research first, just to see what's going on with some of the classes. See what their builds are looking like. Seeing what's working right now. I think there's a lot of like people still taking trap talents. Things like Crusader's Might or Empyrean Legacy in their builds. So we might make some kind of homebrew setup. We'll see. Mizara, Nexus Point. See, I saw Zorthus running 19s, but he was still running Empyrean Legacy. It surprised me. So I don't know if it actually like had the nerf come in yet. Hey John. Yeah. How you doing, Punk? Do I still have to deal with player buffs on Danders? What do you mean? What do you mean I have to like deal with them? Oh, like Fortitude and things like that? Like Fortitude and Sky Fury and everything like that. Those disappear in combat. I actually don't think I even show them on my frames now. I'm trying to remember. I don't even think I see them in combat, but I know you definitely have them gone in combat. Draven, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah. You showing LVI? Guess it's time to check out Dander's frames. Yes. 17 pit. You're still running like old builds. Rah! Yeah, like they're running Imperial Legacy and it's doing like 2%. Yep. Oh, you're gonna be in Austin first. Oh, sick. I mean, honestly, it might be able to just have me drive or something like that. I think Voidweaver is gonna be back big. Yeah. Well, we're trying to figure that out, Illuminos. That's what we're about to do today. Why sometimes in your ult on Aeona barely does anything. Not sure what to spam for max healing. If you have a lot of stagger, you should be trying to get like a really, really fat stagger clear. And then you should probably be trying to hit like lots of oblivions with all of the like free chrono cost. Yeah. On paper, Voidweaver's really good in raids, but it's a very all-in spec. So like, if you time everything great, it'll do awesome healing, but if you miss some timings, you might get screwed. So that's the current issue with it. This guy's baiting me. He like has some 20 logs recent, but didn't turn on advanced combat logs, so I can't see the build. Tragic. This is the same guy. Brengan, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. Let's see. This guy is running Herald with a flash shield set up. Oh, wait, we might have contender. And I got disconnected. Yeah, that's right. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Moment of Compassion doesn't run, Crusader's Might or Empyrean Legacy or anything like that. So let's see. Yo, Vickman, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, welcome in. Looking forward to Thursday. Can't wait. It looks like a Holy Light bot machine. That's right. This is a 16 seat that was done today. I'm trying to see what people are doing for HPal builds. A lot of people are still running Imperial Legacy and all the logs I've been seeing the past like day or two. So, is it true that Prez being considered a top healer in the upcoming raid? It is. But I actually think there's a dark horse. Maybe we'll do research on that today too. I have like a hunch, but it's not fully fleshed out yet, and I need to do some research. You know, I have like a hypothesis on what could be good. So swapped Empyrean to Tyrion's Devotion and spam Holy Light. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, what is it? It's Holy Priest. It's Holy Priest. Holy Priest is my dark horse. My raid dark horse. Drew is not a dark horse. Drew is like a guarantee in race. So in raid, I'm not worried about the living because, you know, they just have their angel form and stuff. But the mana is the biggest concern. The mana is certainly the biggest concern. And like your time to can be really, really bad if you're trying to cast a lot outside of your cooldowns. But if you think about it as a healer that's just playing, was it 2-minute Apotheosis? I think is a cooldown. I don't think it's a minute and a half. Pretty sure it's 2 minutes, and then you have a minute cooldown on Halo. You do a lot of healing and a lot of burst in that window, and most of it's instant cast, so mobility is not that much of a concern. And the second to last boss fight of the Voidspire raid has a lot of heal absorbs, and you know what Rewind is really not good for? Dealing with heal absorbs. So, didn't they make an improvement to the Evoker mana regen out of Source Magic? And then you have like Uninnervate. The biggest thing that happens is like Holy Priest has really good mana efficiency when they have cooldowns up because they have Surge procs for half cost pose and they have Apotheosis for I think half cost Holy Words. I'm just thinking about raid. Yeah, this is just a raid conversation I'm thinking about. Yeah. So I'm like, maybe. I think Monk feels pretty good, yeah. Okay, so you're talking about your M+ tier list being Druid, Monk, Pally, Priest, Shaman, Evoker. Okay. I'm not on wowhead.com. This is on warcraftlogs.com. You silly. I feel like Farseer's been the best Didier, but I haven't seen really anybody running Totemic lately.
So
Yo, you bet,
close to
Christoph.
midnight, Jig Pipe.
Yo, Sin, thank you for the 9 months. Minor website error, law school. Don't ever let it happen again. My Shaman never used in raid because Shaman DPS are good. Shaman DPS are good.
Hyped to hear that Priest is your dark horse.
Hey, I got you, bubbly. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. Why is Shaman never used in raid? They took everything Cloudburst. That's facts. Which would I prefer to play in raid, HPal or H-Priest? If HPal had Empyrean Legacy, not bad, right? If Empyrean Legacy was like not bad, not garbage or whatever, and it was actually like a good button, then I'd probably lean HPal. But if HPal is in this like caster state, then I would say Holy Priest. So Sevi played Resto Shaman on Nexus Princess Kaiveza because Shaman was extremely good on spread healing. And so they had preservations dealing with all the stacked healing on Kaiveza, and then the Prez was carrying the AoE spread healing out of the Kaiveza intermission. Yeah. It's a very cool time. Very cool time. I think Midnight will be a better player count expansion than War Within. Yeah. Yep. What were they doing in Manaforge Omega? I'm pretty sure they come on. I'm pretty sure they were running Whisper and Wave Shaman. It was double Prez, Pally, Druid for Dimensius, but I think they had a Shaman earlier. Yeah, they had Shaman on the 3 heal. That's what it was. They dropped a Prez, and they had Sevi heal as Resto Shaman on Salad Bar. Yeah. Yeah, Shaman was good in Maniforge Omega. Yep. So like Shaman's had its place here and there for sure. As healing field currently, drastic departure from the spiky damage in War Within. I would say it's a decent departure. It's not like we left it all behind. If you're in like if you're a high key pusher, then you're gonna eventually get to some spiky damage. But I think for like the general population of WoW, people doing like 8 to 12s or less or whatever, they're gonna have a really good time healing. I'm really excited about healing the expansion. They historically they don't really amp up the damage that much for like PTR testing or beta raid testing or anything like that. Usually they don't amp it up that much. They don't really increase it that much, but they did it on like 2 different test weeks, and it was like real levels of damage, and like it was so much fun. There was so much to heal. So Prez wants you to play, or Guild wants you to play Prez in raid. Guild wants you to play, but I'm scared it'll be dogging it in raid and in M+. I mean, yeah, I don't expect Prez to be good in M+ at all. I mean, maybe we could just start doing research on our Holy Priest theory. Maybe we could start doing research on our Holy Priest theory, because I think that there's a chance it could be that dark horse. So, I don't know how long beta's going to be down. So, all right. Let's change our title. Raid Dark Horse Theory. Beta down at the moment. Why not do it? I think there's a chance, like, Prez will definitely be good in raids, Haji. I think there's definitely a chance that Holy Priest could be the dark horse, though. I do think Pally's going to be, like, relatively strong, yeah.
Looking forward to playing Ark and Holy. Halo/Surges are such a nice rhythm.
It's so good, Milicia. Thank you for the 4 months. Servers are down until 1:30. 2 hours. Well, I guess we'll get some research done. This is one of those things that I was like, I'll look at this in like a week or something like that, but I guess we just send that shit. Wish they never got an Oracle Disc. Me too. I wish they never got an Oracle Disc. I wish they never gutted Empyrean Legacy. You know? Would be nice. Because, like, in the process of tuning specs down, they're also fucking with the playstyle. And, like, you could just aura nerf a spec and keep their playstyle, but, you know. That'd be sickness. I would love that. The beginning of the X-Pack is like Christmas time, Strax. My entire friends list that I've built up over like a decade, everybody's on, everybody's logging in. You know, it's always hype time. Yeah, we were going to do some beta, but then Blizzard had other plans. All right. Where's Mr. Kalamazoo's raid logs? So I did this testing. Is this the most recent one? Chat, at Gork, can you guys confirm if there's like a... I thought there was a February raid test. Maybe I recorded it? Let's see. They did one on Wowhead? I didn't read. Reading stuff. Unfortunate. These are all just dungeons, right? Just dungeons. If it's not class tuning, I won't remember. That's facts. Yeah, so it's none of this stuff. They're gonna test midnight launch? Ah. They can just test it next week for everybody who paid extra money. Oh, man. Okay, I think this is the log anyway. So, I am pretty sure... Oh, man, did I not play Holy for any salad bar stuff? Let's see. It would be a little sad if I did. I know I played it on Chimeras. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay. So we have Voracious 3. Voracious 5 is not one. I know I played some Holy on it. And this is again... Yeah. This is again before... I'm going to double check this. But this is before Disc got nerfed. And I'm pretty sure this is also before big nerfs came in. I'm pretty sure it's before big nerfs came in for... Or sorry, it's before nerfs came in for disc. I'm pretty sure it's before the Holy Priest buffs. There we go. Holy moly, words are hard. All right. So let me see what we got. So I have to fix an overlay real fast. There we go. New changes? Not yet. You ever kind of class warfare using those of us who spent extra as beta testers? That's right. That's right. Okay. How do I best find... How do I best find those Holy Priest buffs? I think I covered them in a couple of videos. It was not in that one. Tier list update. I think this is one of them. So there's 2 different rounds of Holy Priest buffs, and I want to identify specifically when they were, because my hunch is right here. Okay, cool. This was... When did I post this video? This was on February 4th. Okay, so this one's on the list. And I think this is January 29th. "22 days ago, January 28th. That was when they fixed the benediction bug. Okay. Did I have another one? Where's that, like, mega doc that they have of all of the tuning? Because we could probably just find it in there. Sandbag for a monk more? Listen, man, if I sandbag them for any more, then they're gonna start being, like, stacked in raid. You're good enough now. So please just chill. I'm not trying to have monks usurp my dark horse theory, which we're working on right now. Yeah, buff priest, by the way. Would it be under scheduled, midnight revealed? Chad, do you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to find the one pager that has everything, like every single class change that they always do. I know it exists. I know it exists somewhere. Or class changes? I would love some. I would love some. I don't think it's going to happen. We shall see. Nice. WoW Forums beta development is the one pager. Let's see. In development, midnight beta test. Beta development notes. 1201 beta development test notes. I think it's this one. Actually, it probably would be... Let's see. Let's see. Oh, was that first one? Oh, it's Benediction been renamed. Okay. Why is this not showing? It shows this. This is a Holy Priest buff from December 12th. So that was before the test happened, so we're fine there. This is still December. I'm trying to find buffs in January. I don't think there's going to be a priest or a Holy Priest one here. Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. This is actually what I was looking for. We found what we're looking for here. So on January 14th. Okay. And if we went back to our log. Which one? Here we go. This was on January 23rd. Okay. So this is after Holy Priest got a 10% buff. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see when exactly Holy Priest got buffs and when exactly they got changes to better flesh out my theory that Holy Priest could be a raid dark horse. So, if our last available information, last data, January 23rd. Okay. Gato, thank you for the 2 months. What up, Zoji? All right, and then, like I said, Holy Priest got a 10% healing buff before this happened. It's January 14th. January 14th, 10% healing buff. And then last raid test, January 23rd. Set up a link. Okay. There we go. It's either Shadow or Holy, and I've been hearing some bad stuff about Shadow Priest. But the thing is, what if Holy Priest is strong enough to bring 2 of? What if? I don't know. What if? So I want to flesh out this theory before I, make a video about it. Look dumb, I want to be like, guys, look at it. My tier list for the raid. I think it's going to be Holy Priest. And then it turns out not to be the case. So that's why I want to, flesh it out. January 30th. Nada. Okay. January 21st. This is January 28th. 28th, they fixed the benediction bug. That's right. So after the raid test, fixed benediction. Okay. True. Nothing does matter. Nothing does matter. January 29th, that's Holy Pally stuff. February 3rd. There's the 8% healing buff. All right, so February 3rd, 8% H priest buff. Okay. I think we're cooking now. I think that's the last Holy Priest buff or change that they have received. Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Is this cooked? I think you're going to be playing Void Weaver next raid, or well, next M+ season. I don't even know if you're going to be bringing this to a raid. We shall see. Void Weaver looks good on paper, but it's super, super immobile. Like, ridiculously immobile. I think you could probably bring HPal to the raid. I think you could bring HPal to the raid. I think you bring Druid to the raid. And I want to see basically where Holy Priest or Prez kind of end up at. Yeah. See, I'm curious about the builds people were running, Vic, because I saw a lot of people yesterday on the 19th and now today that were still running like Empyrean Legacy builds. So I don't know if everybody's running logs. Certainly not, but I wanna see what's going down. So Void Weaver spot healing is atrocious. Void Weaver has nothing for spot healing. Shadowman's a really, really bad spot heal tool. And it's also bugged and doesn't work with a lot of your other abilities. So I don't think you're really gonna run Shaman in the raid. No. They're not bringing like crazy healing or damage or crazy slink value for a niche fight that causes everybody to live only because they have slink, Just like okay, Nothing crazy. So, yeah, there's a lot of spot healing, and that's the problem. Is like there's a lot of spot healing in the season, and if Voidweaver can't really keep up, you know, usually they would keep up by nature of just being able to blast super hard, and we'll test it. You know, the second servers comes up, I want to test how HPal does, and I want to test how Voidweaver just does. But like while we're just waiting to kind of kill time, do a little yap sesh. I want to see if a benediction bug getting fixed and an 8% Holy Priest buff would really be enough to push Holy Priest into like a really competitive environment. So this log, my benediction healing was doing less healing than intended for the flash heal. It was doing less than it was supposed to be doing. I think this has some Holy Priest logs. Oh, perfect. Instantly procced it. So you can see benediction is doing about 74k. And flash heal is doing about 60k here. Now, obviously, eye level scaling and everything like that matters a lot, of course. That's chance to be top tier? Druid. Yeah. Druid definitely have the easiest chance of being top tier in raids and keys. I know, crazy idea. Who would have thought the Druid good? Yeah, that's right, Jug. Every day a little closer. Every day closer. You talking about Caster Monk and keys? Because I saw that like it helps for burst, but it like you give up all your sustained healing for it. So I had a lot better playtests with just like playing Fistweaving. Yeah. Yep. Have you done like a Fistweaving setup? I mean, you just put out your M's, extend them forever. It's pretty nuts. It's really, really nuts. You also save a ton of mana. Save a ton of mana, a ton of time. Thank you, Sin. Feel kind of weak without Shaylun's T buffed. So I was usually trying to cast lots more envelops when I was playing a Fistweaving setup and extend them a lot and make sure I had that like extra healing buff going out. And that made it a lot easier. So I would like try to cast Shayluns just when I had like the instant cast from Rising Sun Kick and not like lean on like that carrying basically. Yeah, Monk's been getting good buffs lately. I think they're like one of the best healers when it comes to rot damage and like ticking fights, you know? It would be weird, Strax. It would definitely be really weird. It'd be interesting though. I mean, Holy Priest with like an Ultimate Serenity setup also is going to crank. I think it's also going to crank. Probably would just drop Prayers of the Virtuous and like, I guess go Healing Focus. I think you also go Eternal Sanctity. Because you stack your Apotheosis and your Halo together all the time now. So I think there's a couple things in the build that could do better. I don't know about Trail versus Disperse. But I know that that talent's going to get a lot better. This talent's going to get a lot better when Benediction is actually doing the right amount of healing. So that doesn't show in this log. And this fight was around 4 minutes. And so it was almost a kill. And you can see how quickly that mana is a concern. You can see how bad the mana situation can get. But the bright side to it is that you can also just push buttons a lot better. Okay, because what I want to show you is our cooldown timings. They could be a lot better. They could be a lot better to maximize your output. Because what ended up happening was I was spacing out my cooldowns way too much. So if you look at this like 1 to 115 kind of band, this 1 to 115 kind of band, we were burning a lot of mana up until I actually cast the Halo. And then it actually chills for a bit. And then the Halo effect ends, and I start burning the mana bar down. And then this is in between where there's high damage, and I just burn all of that down as well. So I think that there's a world where if you just, especially if you get an Innervate, you're cooking. But I think at the time, if you're able to get away with enough Surge procs, I think you could be really successful here. I think you could. Because like the high highs can be like really nuts. So there's going to be another 8% buff that gets lumped on top of this, plus the Benediction actually not being dog shit. It should be doing, I don't know, like 45 or something like that. So it should be in a much, much better spot. Yep. Want to lean on surges for Pocast and not go yeah, you basically have to. You basically have to. And so like during downtime, you're gonna need to cast a lot of smite. You're not gonna actually really want to cast any holy fires if you can help it. You're gonna want to cast a lot of smite because smite's gonna generate those surge procs for you, or at least have a chance to. Because I think on its own, it's like an 8% chance to generate out of a smite. But the lower mana that you are, the higher chance you have. So the real challenge for Holy Priest is if you see all of these bars for this graph, every stubby little prayer of healing that you see, these ones right here, these like stubby tiny ones, those are cheaper casts of prayer of healing because the bar on the left side, the y-axis, I think, math's crazy, but this is your time spent casting. So anytime you see a short little stubby bar, those are the full cost prayer of healings. So I cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full cast prayer of healings. So I cast 27 with surge procs, and then I cast 8 without. So 27 of my casts were discounted as a result. I wish classes actually had a way of generating mana. I wish. Well, all classes did, you know. Prez has stuff, Monk has stuff, Pally has stuff now. Disc kind of does if you really play hard into your pets, which looks like to be the angle for Oracle. Yeah. I like the idea of active mana regen. I like it a lot. And then I could also be running the discount for Flash Heal, which is not that good, but it's going to help somewhat. So I think there actually, there's a couple areas. Because it's also Holy Word Serenities cast during Apotheosis. How... Let's see. I want to see... Apoth. I want to see the amount of holy words I cast during Apotheosis durations. This doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Yeah, because you're going to run Ultimate Serenity, and so you're only going to be casting Serenity or having access to it. What I want to see is I want to see casts during... Oh. No. I want to see my cast during Apotheosis. Oh, well. We'll get rid of this. I'll just find under buffs. Because the other question is, how often are you casting Holy Word? So 1 to 125, 3 to 330. Okay. Because the other question is, how many Serenities are you casting inside those Holy Words, which you can see right here? And then how many you're casting outside of them? Because the more Holy Words you're casting without your Apotheosis buff, then the less discounts you're getting onto the cost of your words. So being able to have like a longer apotheosis duration, for example, is just going to give me a wider window to cast holy words for a cheaper cost. Yeah. M Plus is open up on March 17th, I think. Or is it later? They have a like a doc or something like that. Is it the 24th? Midnight raid overview and schedule. There we go. M Plus, I believe, is coming out this week. Yeah. Yeah, M Plus is coming out this week. So there's going to be a normal and heroic week, and I think Mythic Zeros? I don't even know if that's true or not. This is such a bad article. Oh, man. Jadefire Teachings is now, like, baked in, Hog. Mythic Zero only in Mythic Week. That's so weird. I hate that. At least, like, let us do M0s in that heroic week, you know? That would be nice. Yo, Bambus, you just not complain for the rest of the day. You're my storm cloud of negativity when you're following me everywhere. 3 weeks to do what? To level and make your house look awesome. Do mythic delves. True. Isn't taking Ultimate Serenity counterintuitive with a tier set less image uptime? I don't think so. Because you're having your Prayer of Healings also feed you cooldown reduction for your Serenity. So, like, yeah, at the start, you know, you're not going to have 2 charges of Sanctify or something along those lines. And you're not having, like, a second Holy Word kind of ticking down. But I don't think it's going to, like, hurt it too bad. Ultimate Serenity also cleaves, like, crazy hard. Oh, this is right. That's right. That's what I was playing. Pit. I was playing Oracle. That was rough. Yeah, I mean, like, I get it. There's complaints and stuff about everything. It's just like exhausting, and I just don't like streaming when everything I read is complaints. So I'm over it today. Maybe tomorrow, guys. Yep. Sanctify, I'll probably get a buff in like another raid, but it seems like they really want to like push Ultimate Serenity, because if you look at in this raid test, Ultimate Serenity does a ton of cleave. Like, this is just only the cleave of Ultimate Serenity. It does a ton. Like, that's supposed to be, I think it's like 10% of 15% of its healing cleaves other targets and stuff. It actually hits like a truck. 40 yards. 40 yards. So, you actually get like crazy value there. You actually get crazy value there. Beta's off because they're doing like a test for when they're doing a test for midnight launch, which I thought was on Thursday. So, and really low overhealing. That's facts. 6%. Patient. Thank you for the 8 months, man. Favorite spec from a rotation CD. If all were evenly balanced, could farm the same output. That like Empyrean Legacy Lightsmith Paladin was really growing on me a lot. Otherwise, be like Oracle Disc, Archon Holy. Those are like the big ones. Sayon, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you, guys. So there's a couple things that are like brought down in this build. So I think Holy Priest is doing really well, for one thing. The downsides are that there's upsides. 8% buff was added on top of this, and Benediction was fixed. And so once Benediction's fixed, that makes Disperse or Trail, whichever you run, better. It makes Binding Heal better. You know, you kind of like Leech Healing or whatever that you might have. So you could be like, oh, you know, Instead of just the 8% on its own, it could be, you know, like 9 or 11% extra healing or something you're getting out of it, right? Not absorbed healing. Overheal. And like your raw healing is pretty high. Now Paladin, of course, we know has gotten nerfed. Paladin, we know, has gotten nerfed since then. But also only at really, really low overhealing. So I think that there's a world. I think that there is a world where you can make an argument for Holy Priest being really good. I think if they get an Innervate, then you could easily see them being played. Because the amount of healing you're getting, like, if you see this, I get almost 200k healing per cast of Prayer of Healing. You get almost 200k healing per cast. And so our overhaul healing, by the way, is about 100k. So it's super, super powerful as a button. You have Surge buffing it, you have Apotheosis buffing it, you have a whole bunch of other things that are buffing it. The problem is the mana cost. Yeah. The problem is going to be the mana cost. But also after those buffs, you know, Echo's stronger, a bunch of other pieces are stronger. So you get Innervate. Yeah, you get Innervate. You get... I actually, you know, use a mana pot. Like, I don't think I was using a mana pot there. Maybe. I picked the wrong time to try a healer? Nah. There's going to be a great expansion for healing. There's going to be so much to do. You're going to do so much. If to subtract what Sanct would normally do? Yeah, the formula for it, Magic, would be like, how much does Sanctify do on its own? Which is a lot weaker now. It would be, how much does Sanctify do? Subtract that from how much Ultimate Serenity does, and subtract that from how much, like 10% of Serenity, because Serenity gets buffed by 10%, and it also is hitting the cleave. So there's like two parts that affect it. Yeah. Pally got shot in the streets. I think Pally will still be like good, but I don't think it's gonna be as insane. Yeah. People want to make it seem like the spec is like dead in the water, you know? I'm pretty confident that Ultimate Serenity is going to be the way in general, Monty. I was talking to the Fear and everything like that. One of the big math guys for Holy Priest beforehand. So I'm pretty confident on it being the angle that you're going to be playing. What I'm not sure of is if the spec is going to be able to just crank enough healing to be in like a world first race. And that's kind of my theory right now, is like, maybe it could. Maybe. Holy damage? No healers really do that good of damage. If a Holy Priest could just sit there and tunnel, they can actually do some pretty respectable DPS. But they've kind of positioned... where is it? There it is. Kind of positioned healer damage as like a thing you're not really worrying too much about. Let's see. Salad bar. So from all the accumulated data... Holy Priest was dragging ass hard. But they got an 8% buff after this fact. We could even say maybe 10%. Just for shits and giggles. Because if it puts them up in a 107, it's around Paladin's range. But this got nuked from orbit since then. Prez, they nerf Rewind, but then their other spells are still really strong. Druid actually got some like buffs since then. Curious about Monk, because I saw there were only a couple of monks that were high up there. I'm kind of leaning towards Shaman being the weak guy in raids, yeah. If not Disc. There is so much ticking damage. There is an absurd amount of ticking damage. So this list of rankings, by the way, is 100% out of date. Because there's been class changes for like everybody since then. But I'm trying to like think through who got buffs, who got nerfs. You know, like Disc got like a nuke from Orbit. Druid got like a little bit of raid buffs, actually, you know. Yeah. Why so much Prez? I think a lot of their healing was coming from rewind casts, but let's see. Let's dig in. Because if they, on this fight, for example, how long was this pull? Yeah, they're not getting 2-minute rewinds, for example. So they still... When did we kill it? We almost killed it. Our salad bar... Oh, no, it was almost 7 minutes. It would have been the kill. Okay. I'm trying to think it through how many rewinds you would have. I think you'd probably get 3 out of those. And then Golden Hour and the Marithra's Blessing damage reversal stuff was crazy. It was really, really crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Played season 1 War Within with 8 and Halo. Thank you for the 8 months, Bambus. Yeah, you combine Apotheosis, you combine Halo, and you just like crank super hard healing during that period. Then in between, you probably want to be casting like more smites during downtime, you know? I think you're still running Farsi or Tokyo, but they're both like decent, you know? Yeah, you definitely run 2-minute him. 2-minute him was really, really good. There's a lot of like ticking damage, consistent damage going out in this raid. And I'll show you like Voracious, for example. Voracious is an interesting one because he has this primordial roar every 2 minutes, which does like a little bit of damage, but then it cranks up his primordial power dot. So you'll like have a roar, and then he starts off a level of ticking damage, and then he roars, and then the ticking damage increases, and then he roars, and then the ticking damage increases again. So you have like this underbelly of consistent damage, and then you have like big spike moments for when he spawns parasites. And so you're like taking ticking damage, and he's spawning parasites, and you're moving. You're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So 2-minute timers would go really hard with a Holy Priest because you don't really care about this roar damage. It's like it's a pop of damage, and then there's nothing. It's just like rot after that. You just chill and top off. But this Parasite Expulsion is like crazy amounts of void zones. So you're just moving. You can't stop and heal. You can't stand still. And you're moving, you're taking ticking damage, and you're dodging. So like you pop Apotheosis, pop Halo every 2 minutes, you align it with that, you're actually chilling. You're probably going to use other healer cooldowns alongside it as well. Palm got nerfed around December, I think. Do I still have that Mega Doc? Tragic. Palm got some nerfs in December, and that really brought Oracle down pretty hard in raids for Holy Priest. Yeah. Prefer healing a Brewmaster. So like Palm's fine. It'll be like decent value, but I think this was after the nerf. Oh, no, that's Pit of Sauron. When I was also playing Oracle. Oh no, it's right here. Palm's pretty low. Oh my god. Palm's kind of low. And it's not like I wasn't using the ability. Not like I'm not casting Prayer of Mending, but I'm casting it on cooldown. It's going down there. Oof. Oof. I think there's a lot of mechanics for taking damage in the last boss fight. Pretty sure. Yep. The second to last boss fight is really nasty because it puts out these like massive heal absorbs, and those ones are really, really insane. You can see the damage patterns for those. I'm curious. Actually, hang on. I gotta see this. Was he also embellish blasting? Yeah, I think he was embellish blasting. Radiance crafted. Radiance crafted. Some people had like a bunch of different embellishes that also pushed up their healing more than you would expect. A lot more than you would expect. Talks like a gentleman, like you imagine when you. Healing and damage from periodic effects can increase primary stat. Oh. What, like the Lumathar Trinket Bend? Nah, there's nothing like that. Nothing like that. Light Blind Vanguard. Huh? Where? There should be a Light Blind Vanguard one. Okay. It feels like this was set up beforehand, maybe. SM plus season 3. Weird. If we look at all reports. Those are dungeon logs. There we go. Weird. Very weird. Okay. Here we go. What I'm trying to show you guys is the heal absorbs in this fight. Yeah, so it was around 40 seconds that had the first wave, and so it's almost 2 minutes. It's almost 2-minute timers, which again would go really, really hard with Holy Priest. So there's these like massive circles that you have to soak, and they put up like insane negative heal absorbs on people, and so you kind of have to have like everybody soaking these. Yeah. And then what's the abilities? Light's Infusion is the ticking damage. Sacred Toll are these like quick bursts. Searing Radiance. Send channels the Holy Light. Oh yeah, that's like a AoE like pulse damage. Yeah, 15 seconds of pulse damage. And then I think the execution sentences also kick off the absorbs. Let's pull up the journal. No, it's going to be... What are their names? Commander, Venal, Lightblood. Lightblood. There we go. Tyr's Wrath absorbs a large amount of healing done to effective players. Sen brings Tyr's Wrath down on 5 players nearest to her every 3 seconds, absorbing the next healing that they receive. This effect stacks. Sacred Shield, she shields herself. Okay, so Tyr's Wrath is the mechanic we're looking at. If we can find it. I try Pally whenever Blizzard Entertainment brings up the servers. Whenever they bring up the servers. They're just trying to keep us from figuring out the truth. Or Chaplain Sen. Got it. So 215. There was another one though.
Lurk.
Yep. Oh, Lightwell, thank you for the 46 months. Yeah, I heard about it, THD. So we'll see. I literally like turned on the stream. I didn't even see that it was bringing the servers down. So we're just gonna look at logs. We're just gonna look at logs. That's favorite question. Favorite DPS to get to pull into your group. Bloody, well, just DKs in general are just like super tanky. You really notice how you really notice the defensive value difference in this incoming season. Like DKs still just never ever die, and like mages went from a class you're really used to keeping alive all the time to perishing. Most of the time, DRs don't like reduce absorbs because when the damage mechanic goes out, it'll like hit for X and then also apply absorb for Y. That's usually how it goes. So most of the time, it's not like you gain an absorb for the damage that you took or anything along those lines. Yeah. Because I think it was on like Gallywix, for example, where soaking his canisters would do X damage and it would be split between everybody who soaked it. But every single person that soaked it received this level of absorb, and having more people in didn't actually make it so that you had less absorb going out. So, what do you mean, Rhett? What's the solution for heal absorbs? Just healing them? I think like heal absorbs are really good for making it so that you actually have more to heal, because basically they couldn't keep on making it just pure damage all the time. They have to be able to find some kind of way to like have more healing required without just spiking somebody, you know? Doing well, Sosa. Just looking at some logs, looking at some info. I'll wait for servers to come up. So, what's the best kit for heal absorbs? I would say those with like a lot of direct output, especially those with a lot of burst output, which would be like Holy Priest. It would be a disc ramp, but disc ramps kind of suck now. They kind of suck now. I think Prez can do a pretty decent job with like their stasis, but like their rewind isn't really going to do much because, again, the damage that somebody takes while this absorb gets applied is just very different overall. So let's see. Like their damage taken around like 230 was like a decent spike, but it's from other abilities. It's like you're not going to see a lot of like rewind value there. I'm going to see absorbed healing, so around 230 to like 250, or 42 seconds to about a minute, right? You know, there's not really a lot of damage here, so like Prez's reversion or Prez's rewind isn't really going to do a lot for those absorbs. Same thing around this window. There's like a lull in the damage taken, but you have to clear up those heal absorbs first. So that's gonna be the challenge, Salt, is like who gets the innervate? Who gets the innervate? Because Holy Priest's gonna want it. Probably Holy Pally's gonna want it. Druids will just innervate themselves like the greedy bastards they are, you know? This one I just found from like the overall logs here. I was looking at the Roby-Doby ones though. But I was basically just looking at these for like where's the overall healing, or where's the overall healing the last test that we had, because Holy Priest has gotten a lot of buffs since then. Disc got a lot of nerfs since then. I don't know, Varn. It's a good question, because like Where's my last log? With Prayer of Healing, I'm getting about 197k healing per cast. Not including Echo. Paladin's getting... Where are those holy lights? I think Clarius is casting some holy lights. Where's my holy lights? Actually, almost the same. Plus, he's getting beacon transfers. It's not very good, Clarinet. Not for healing, at least. Actually, Holy Priest got buffed since then, though. That's the other thing, too. So, oh, this is still that pit log. It's deceiving me every time. So 197 per cast at a PO, 195, and then Holy Priest got an 8% buff since then. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're not doing any more raid testing. That'd be nice, though. That would be really, really nice to get like a final look at how everyone's going to perform. But like the raid's about to come out, so. I don't know if you'll be able to actually see... Can DPS see when they have the PI buff on them? Like with the buff tracker or something? I wish, Storms. I wish, man. At least if somebody's like timing it at the right time. Because you could basically just make your whisper alerts really, really loud. And then you could just be like using that as a PI indicator. As long as nobody's trolling you in the middle of the raid and whispering you. Yeah. They're not going to get rid of all the raid buffs, so they might as well just like improve everybody's raid buffs and make them like meaningful in different ways. Because sometimes there's raid buffs which are just like straight up bad. Like you remember on Dimensius where like they didn't really care about Hunter's Mark because of the boss HP differences? You know? I've been using bigwigs for like raid boss timers, if that's what you mean, Chili. Oh yeah, I saw that they had they also have like private aura tracking as well with bigwigs. You can have like a big bar if you have a specific debuff on you. And you can have like a position for it too. It's really nice. It's so weird to have like... It's weird with the weak aura side because now you don't have to worry about like finding and tracking down super... I'm reading fucking super gut. You don't have to like track down certain weak auras to be able to find what you need or find the information or like, oh my god, new weak aura just dropped. It's just baked into the add-ons now. But at the same time, it's just like another way to do it. Yeah, like Northern Sky has it. I think Method Raid Tools has their stuff as well. I gotta decide which one I'm gonna use between those for my like raid reminders. Because the thing that gets me with the Method Raid Tools is you can't like drag your timeline bar to move your ability around. You can't like, oh, I don't want it at 1 minute. I want to drag it over to like 2 minutes. You have to just like input it every single time. So... oh, like a combat timer? I don't know. It's a good question. Because that's what I use Method Raid Tools right now for. I use Method Raid Tools for the combat timer and for the battle res tracker. Yeah. So if I could just cut down on an add-on, I'd be down. Well, that's the kicker, Storms, is they changed the aura for disc. They changed that aura for disc. So that... What is it? Healing is reduced when healing more than 5 targets. So they used to just have it like Atonement does more in dungeons and everything, and now they have this weird like healing is reduced when healing more than 5 targets to try to make it a little bit better for you to heal like 10-player groups if you get like split up, which I get, but it does not feel good in dungeons. Yep. has to do all the coding for this in addition to making the encounter. Does this affect bosses and they have the same issues, need to implement bug fixes? Always. Always. I'll probably level as Holy or Void Weaver. Yeah. Maybe I'll just level as Holy and just only PI Kalamazoo and make him do all the damage. I think that'll be the angle. Just let him do DPS for everything. Took you 9 hours for leveling? I heard there's a lot of like mandatory delves you gotta do. That apparently gets a lot easier if you have a group for. But I like, it's weird. I think this is like the first expansion I didn't level at all in beta. I'll just give Cal a bigger head. Most areas finished with a dungeon or a delve. Oof. Yeah, I think Voidweaver might be the best option, Xerox, for disc. Yeah. I was going to try right away today, but servers are down. Oh, you can do it as a follower dungeon? Damn, they're taking like the full-fledged Final Fantasy route. Complete a zone, do a dungeon, complete a zone, do a delve. Yep. Oh my god, surely they're not gonna time get Heronir. Yeah, the downside is definitely gonna be spot healing. It's not a, yeah, this thing is, it's not a bad thing story wise, I don't know, but it's like I remember doing this from Final Fantasy. Yep. It's like I remember doing this before. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real quick. 1 sec, guys. We'll be right back. Alrighty. With the follower dungeons, they pull everything. I thought that's what the speedrunners wanted. I thought that's what they wanted. Let's fill out the rest of our doc. Where am I at with my raid notes? So the bench. Oh, I saw Jack on the bench say M+ is a lot of rot damage, but what about raid? Friend disliked how in past expansions you're either dead or full. They got a lot of that too. Let me show you. I'll show you firsthand what's going down. This is the Nexus King. This is the Nexus King. And you gotta kill orbs in this fight. And when you kill orbs, they just do dot damage. And so you gotta like space out the orb explosions. So to go explode an orb, take dot damage. Explode an orb, take dot damage, right? Pretty chill. Then you've got Twisting Obscurity, where while this radiation is happening, right? So while you gotta kill orbs and you gotta space out exploding them, the boss will literally just put up like a 20-second dot. He's like, hey, or 23 seconds, excuse me. 23-second dot. It's like, here's the mechanic, 23 seconds of ticking damage. Plus when you explode an orb, more ticking damage. And so you might be like, oh, well, like what actually kills you, right? And that is called Despotic Command. This is also going to be in our raid video, by the way. If you want to hear about what all this stuff is going to be for boss fights, I'm going to do a raid video, and it'll tell you all that stuff too. So send it to YouTube. But the thing that actually kills people is 5 players get a Despotic Command on them. And what this does is it does ticking damage, and then it expires and puts up a negative heal absorb on them for like half their health. So you got to heal them through the ticking damage on top of the boss's ticking damage, the ad's ticking damage, and this debuff. You have 3 different things of ticking damage on one person at once. So you do need a lot of burst healing for it. And then they get a negative heal absorb on them that you have to clear through so they don't die to the other dot damage too. So Druid will be good. For sure, Druid will be good. But there's also room for like bursty healers as well. Yeah. I'll show you another boss fight. This fight is all about 2-minute timers. Okay? And it doesn't look like it, right? Like, what are you talking about 2-minute timers? I'll show you. So, here's all your damage taken. And again, you're like, well, what do you mean, man? It looks chill. So, you have an ability called Primordial Roar, which happens every 2 minutes, where he just does a puff of damage, you know, hits everybody 30, 40% of their life, maybe 50, 60 more on Mythic. But there's nothing after that except for ticking damage. So it's like a boom, and then you can top off and you can deal with the ticking damage, okay? But each time a roar goes off, it amps the ticking damage. So the first roar, you have level 1 damage. Second roar, this is the purple bar, has level 2 damage. I'll get rid of the total. Level 3, big boy damage. Hey, Sansu. So you go, oh, it's a ramp up in damage over the course of the fight. So with this in mind, I'm going to keep the ticking damage up. You have a deadly mechanic, which is called Parasite Expulsion, which happens every 2 minutes. And there's void zones you have to dodge and you have to move. So to your point, Crit, or Druid value, you're running all over the fight, all over the room, as there's void zones that are spawning these little parasites. And the parasites hunt people down and fixate them, right? So massive damage while moving, crazy, like bursty AoE, all kinds of stuff like that. So every 2 minutes, you need probably 2 healers that can do a lot of burst healing, because this is, let's see, Parasite Expulsion, 500k, 550, 550, 550k damage per second over the course of 6 seconds, 7 seconds. It's like, it's burst while you're moving, while you're dealing with ticking damage. Really, really fun. So you need, Holy Priest will be good for this. Maybe if Prez already has like a stasis already set up, but you're not going to have a lot of time to sit there and power up Dream Breaths or stand still or anything like that. Disc was really good for this before they got nerfed. Disc was absurd for this. On the kill, oh mama. This probably got disc nerfed. They got nerfed like 3 times after this fight. It's like, this is on our kill too. Yeah. Yeah, like me like a Wowhead Lankrish. I'll check it out. It's like a post-Empyrean Legacy nerf stuff, right? How you gonna him? Great question, Rhett. Let's talk about how you're gonna him. Let's talk about how you're trying to him. Because this is not the only damage on the fight. You thought this is the entire fight. There's more. There's more. We have Dark Energy. Okay. So I'm going to show you the ticking damage. I'm going to show you the Parasite Expulsion, okay? And then this big old triangle is your Dark Energy. And this is where the boss builds up a Kamehameha Blast and then just sweeps the platform. They go from right to left, or they go from left to right. And you instantly know where safe. You just watch the hand, and one of the hands glows. So if it's on the right, then you go as far to the left as you can. And then you stand in a corner, and you channel him. And what do you know? It's a 2-minute timer. So you can just stand there and him. So you pretty much already have your Holy Priest timers for this fight set. You Apotheosis and Halo on the Parasite Expulsion, run all over the place while casting instant cast Prayer of Healings. Then when the Dark Energy comes out, you run to your safe spot, you channel him. Rinse, repeat, that's the whole fight for a Holy Priest. Or a sentence. Yeah, because I don't think you're having one healer cooldown at this point. It covers everything. So, yep. Happen to know if they took away the ability to transmog one-hander with shields to two-handers. Oh yeah, I was trying to mog my main hand offhand into a priest artifact. I think they removed that. Yeah. So Holy Priest is good with movement now, Ziv. I'll show you. I'll just show you again. We're just doing a little coaching session. So, Holy Priest, obviously, Holy Word Serenity, instant cast spell, pretty good. But they got a new passive this expansion. For the Archon tree, it's called Spirit Well. And so your Surge of Light procs, they're not free anymore, they're half cost now. But the Surge of Light procs will now be able to be used on Prayer of Healing. So you Apotheosis into Halo, build up Surge procs for free with Halo, it just gives you a bunch of Surge procs, and then you spend them on Prayer of Healing, and with the Ultimate Serenity talent, you only have Serenity, you don't have Sanctify anymore. So your Prayer of Healing reduces the cooldown of Serenity, so you Prayer of Healing with your Surge procs, hit lots of Serenities, blast tons of output. It's really strong. Yep. I had my hymn actually like interrupted by an evoker rescue, Nick. I don't know if that's gonna happen long term. I don't know. I assume it's a bug, but it straight up interrupted at the one time I was running like a seat with an evoker. I think did they fix it? Okay, because I thought it happened like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I don't know if they fixed it since then. But I remember that happened, and I was like, I was like, bro. Like months ago. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe it turned my camera or something. Yeah. Yeah, it might have just broken again. Mythic rating DPS, how long do you think it would take to learn Mythic Healing at the same level? If you're, well, it depends on like what kind of DPS you were, I guess. It's easier if you played ranged. But if you played like I came into raid healing from playing melee. Yeah, that's where I got started, Sack. I got started raiding as a melee, as a rogue. So like it was a transition that took a couple years. But also I didn't have any like guides or resources or, you know, streams or anything back then. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, my first character, my first cutting edge was all on a rogue. And then after I got that first cutting edge, I was like, I want to heal. Let me heal. And so then I just started healing and changed main to my priest. Never looked back. Rogue TBC through Legion and range through from Mage, Evoker, Boomy. Yeah. Holy Priest is great healing in M+. The problem is they're very squishy. And their mana is a little tough too. Yeah, that's right. I've been healing for like 12 years now. Something crazy like that. Something ridiculous like that. Yep. Oh, I guess we got ads and stuff still going. They're almost over. But yeah, a lot of fun, like rot fights, ticking damage fights, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, let me see if there's anything else I missed on Ezarak. Get rid of these Paladin logs for now. I want to keep that. Yeah, I think Oracle is further behind when it comes to healing. I was actually playing... So I know it's not rating, but I was actually playing Oracle in Pit of Sauron. And my mana... Like, when I got into a hard boss fight... here was my mana. Because, like, a lot of your healing as Oracle is tied to your Prayer of Mending and your Overheal redirect. But you don't really do a lot of overhealing in the beginning of expansions. So your mana bar just tanks and just crashes and burns, you know? If my guild wanted me to DPS, but there's a solid chance they ask you to go back to heals, what class am I playing? I would tell them I'm healing or nothing. I'm not DPSing. I'm not DPSing. If I had to save my family, McNasty, from like, I don't know, the Finnish mafia who held them prisoner and they required me to DPS for a tier, I don't know, I'd probably play like DK or something. Something that won't die in melee. Yeah. I'd heal the entire time I played WoW. I've had a bunch of breaks. Now's a good time. Runs a prop pally. He says he prefers a shaman healer. Is shaman still a good spec? They're okay, not great. Yeah. Give it the 180 you've done on DPS versus healing. I hate DPS now. True, especially the DPS players. Can't stand those guys. That's how it happens, you know? That's how it happens. Let me see. Was I playing this one as holy? That's right, you know? I'm in the... My mana was actually way better than Oracle. Only like one fight where I on at the very, very end. Yeah. Spirit Link is useful, but it's like, in order to be in the world first race, it would have to be like so crazy good. So like on Veracius, for example, there's high damage periods, but but damage isn't everything, is basically what I would tell you, right? You have your ticking damage, you have your parasite spawning, and then you have your void breath. This void breath. No. Is it dark energy? Oh yeah, it is dark energy. There we go. So there's like multiple different areas of like high damage. So objectively, yes, you know, the highest damage period is a time where you could stack. But also when you stack for healing, it's way easier to heal. Every healer is, you know, kind of at their peak for healing. So is Spirit Link useful here? Yeah, but so is Trank, so is Divine Hymn. So are, you know, the immobile healers that can also just crank good healing, stuff like that. So it's like, do you really need the Spirit Link to survive? Not really. What's the most deadly part of the fight? Well, it's going to be this part where you're moving and running all over the place, you know? Oh yeah, I'm not playing the launch server. I just want to play beta. Yeah. I'm not doing the launch stuff. HPal is Aura Mastery. It's usually really high value. Yeah. So like, I mean, Aura Mastery is really good value for times where you're spread, you're moving, people aren't stacked, things like that, you know? But like Link was nuts for Nexus King. Yep, there it is. Because everyone's stacking in the same location and also moving around a lot. But everybody had one location that they needed to be at a specific point in time. And you could kind of run around in the ring itself, or you could kind of dip out, dip back in, you know? Yep. Is the tree gone? No, the tree is still here. It's a Valentine's Day tree. I don't know what I'm going to do for March, though. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but... I guess I could do green on green. We could. Yeah, but... Yeah, so it'd be St. Patty's. But, I mean, what lights would I put on it, you know? Maybe I'll just have to get some St. Patty's Day decorations and slam them on there. Yeah. Yeah, get some clovers on them. That'd be chill. Oh, yeah. I wonder if I could do a green and gold. I wonder if I could do a green and gold. I bet I could. They have all kinds of different ones. Let's see, strip lights, because I have it on the Valentine's Day one. It's kind of cool because they have like a whole bunch of different festivals. I guess they have some Easter ones, but Easter's in like April, May. Oh, they actually do have Halloween lights. Let's go. Might be able to just make a custom one. Yeah, it'll be a little St. Patty's tree. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it all out. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at it as a rack. This is the this is the fight I think is actually like the most lame thing ever. That's right. This fight is like 2 dragons, both with tail swipes. You have to like keep them really close together in HP. What is it? They share a link, increasing the damage done by 100% if the remaining health diverges by at least 10%. Or they're closer than 15 yards to each other. So they have to be apart, and you have to kill them together. And you get like this black hole that you have to like have the entire raid get tethered, and then they all have to snap the tethered. It's just a mess. Oh, dude, I gotta do a big house cleaning as well, Scorpion, before the X-Pac launches. I feel that. I feel that. To the new raids and midnight mini raids. Yeah, so it's a 1 boss raid. Where's our schedule? Where's our schedule? Here we go. I'll show you. So yeah, the Void Spire raid and the Dream Rift raid coming out on normal and heroic at the same time. Dream Rift is a 1 boss raid, and I think it's kind of just a joke raid. It's super easy. Even though this guy looks like horrifying, it's really not a hard boss. All right, so those both come out normal heroic week 1. Week 2, that same raid, mythic and story mode comes out. So this is week 1 of mythic on March 24th. And then week 3 is going to be the March on Quel'Danas on normal, heroic, and mythic difficulty. We expect Beleren, the first boss of the 2 boss raid here. This is the 2 boss raid. We expect Beleren to be decently easy, but that last boss should be like nuclear difficulty. So Void Spire will have a really tough end boss on mythic, and March on Quel'Danas should have a really tough end boss on mythic. So I don't think it'd be that quick. I think it's going to take the entire week to get the Void Spire cleared. Maybe it'll be really hype, because then there might be a little bit of like, ooh, do they actually clear the Void Spire mythic week 1? They probably should. But then also, do they go and re-clear Void Spire mythic? Could they re-clear the last boss and then go into Quel'Danas with even more gear? You know? Because Blizzard's done a really good job of like tuning the damage of the encounters. So it's usually getting to the point where it's not the complication of like the mechanics. It's always going to be like the damage and the healing checks. A lot of times damage checks that are getting people. So we'll see. We'll see. I think this is going to be a really good race for like the hardcore race fans, basically. Because there's going to be a lot of like, how efficient are people being with their time? How efficient are they being with their re-clears? You know? Yeah, so the world first is taking place of over all the 3 raids. So we got a dedicated heroic week, 2 raids on mythic for a week, and then a 3rd raid. So there's going to be a lot of splits. Lots and lots of splits. A lot of gearing. I think it's a cool way to do it though, because it's is it 9 bosses in the first 2 raids? I think Void Spire's 8 bosses. All right, my list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's right. So Void Spire and Dream Rift is a total of 7 bosses. And then March on Quel'Danas is 8 and 9. So there's 9 total bosses. Yeah. 1 in Dream Rift, 6 in Void Spire, 2 in Quel'Danas. So 6, 1, 2. So there's going to be cutting edges for each raid. And I think, I mean, world first is going to be whoever clears March of Quel'Danas. You know, somebody will get, you know, maybe Echo will get world first Void Spire, but then Liquid gets world first Quel'Danas, and that'll mean, you know, Liquid wins, right? Yeah. Yeah, the Chimeras does have a cutting edge achievement, and he also has a trophy too. He has like a trophy decor piece that you can put in your house for killing him on Heroic and on Mythic. Yeah. No idea, plot. Yeah, after the 3rd raid is clear, Trinix. Because the 3rd raid only comes out after the first 2 are already out. Yeah. New father, I can only pick 1 character to main. Should I go HPal for high keys, assuming Druid will be nerfed? Congrats on being a new father. Also, you're now our gamer dad. Let's go. I mean, I wouldn't assume Druid gets nerfed. Because, when did I make that video? I feel like we've been talking about Druid being OP. Oh, I think we've been talking about Druid being OP for a while now. Let's see. At the beginning of January, I was like, yeah, Druid's really busted. So I wouldn't assume that they get nerfed until they do. So beta's down right now, Zara, for this like midnight launch test thingy. And so we're kind of waiting for it to come back up. Yeah. So yeah. What do we need to expect in terms of healers for midnight? Like in balance or what? HPal is like a caster now, you know. A lot of Holy Priest and keys in live. Well, live is just pre-patch gaming, you know. It's not really indicative of anything because we don't have our like Apex talents. Balance is like a lot different when the expansion drops. I think you're gonna see Druid. I think you're gonna see HPal in the race. I was kind of working on this theory that maybe you'll see Holy Priest in World First because it does a ton of output in the Archon setup. But Prez is also really good healing. So maybe just run 1 of each. The thing is, historically, you don't run 1 of each. Usually you stack 2 healers and then you run 2 other healers for raid buff / output. So we'll see. The green monster is green tea. Yeah, it's green tea. Liquid gave us a bunch. I still have a full case. I still have actually like a full case I'll show you that I haven't even opened yet. I still have a full case of green tea that Liquid got. Yeah. Well, I guess Monster sent to us after the World First. So this is the last one out of 3. So it's taken about 6 months. I guess like 4 months to drink the first 2. But I still have a full case. Yep. That is a pretty nice perquisite of the job. Yeah. There's like 3 grams of sugar in this. Yeah. There's not that much sugar in the green tea. I think you're gonna have mostly 4 heal fights, maybe 1 5 heal with that Maybe 1-5 heal with that Paladin fight. Yeah, John. Listen, man. You told me about the pair Red Bulls, and then they got canceled. It wasn't my fault. I remember like ordering cases of it off Amazon, and then they canceled it. And then yeah, for raids, Holy Priest or Shaman. Or sorry, for keys, Holy Priest or Shaman. I think Holy Priest is probably stronger. Lean in that direction. Was it a monster one as well afterwards? I think Mistweaver Fistweaving is better in keys. I'm leaving that for the launch one, Hex. I'm gonna get a Blood DK main to lend me some footage and talk about it. Strike a violent pose. Prez is really weak in M+. Really bad spot healing. Lots of work to set up your healing. You know, you can do it, but it's a lot more work than everything else. Yeah. The Monster Rehab tea and lemonades. I had those. Those still exist. Yeah, the yellow ones. I think Monk's good in M+, yeah. We'll see, Anub, we'll see. Yeah, Brew is nuts, Carmen. Yeah. They're very nuts. I promise you the tea and lemonade is still around. Yeah, Disc is much, much worse than M+. I think you're going to play Voidweaver now instead of Oracle, and that'll help a little bit, but Voidweaver has its own issues. They made early access 4 days instead of 3 days. Yeah. John, you're such an elite hater. Scroll to see if you got another thing. Holy Pally is only going to go into melee to cast Shield of the Righteous, which gives you mana regen, but that's basically it. That's right. That's why you've got the Halberd. Metacomp ruins a lot of classes not being brought. There's always a metacomp, though, because back before tier lists existed, people would just go to, like, WoW Progress and look at the comps that people ran, you know? Yep. I mean, Algathar, yeah, you can get up a big rift on some of the giant pulls. Algathar has, like, the lowest damage, so it's definitely the area you could, like, stress test the most. Algathar is, like, a full tier easier than every, like, other dungeon. So you can just play for, like, a full DPS build, but that's just, you know, the hard outlier of the season. Yeah. Yo, Wreck. Thanks so much for the prime, dude. Refuse to play Druid and M+, end up quitting the game. Well, if you want to play Holy Priest, that's going to crank, but it's going to be very squishy. Yeah, Prayer of Healing is a legit button, Balgriff. It cranks. It cranks, dude. It's very powerful. You also do a lot of healing to your primary target with it. Yeah. What's going to be good for raids? Holy Priest, Prez, Paladin, Druid. But usually, in almost all cases, you stack 2 of 1 healer. You stack 2 of 1 healer. So I don't know if you're doing like double Prez. I don't know if you're doing double Holy. Maybe some Dark Horse, double Druid craziness. I don't know. Yeah, Holy Light is very powerful. Finesse, thanks for the 18 months. Not for keys, Hellraiser, but I think Holy Priest is really good for raids. So, whichever is most appealing to you, Sonny. They're pretty similar in difficulty level. Yeah. I use Dander's frames, Maddie. Oh, I didn't even realize it in my chat overlay on. There we go. Oh no, he found it. What is it, John? Yeah, you bet, Maddie. Appreciate you, man. Oh, apparently somebody got a warning from Twitch about the combined chat. Oh, okay, okay. I think why the combined chat's okay is because I don't have the icons anymore. I think because I used to have the icons for the combined chat, and now they definitely cannot tell who's a YouTuber. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, every healer deals pretty low damage unless you're just doing like a really easy dungeon, I guess. Still see an icon? Let me see. Oh, I meant it like used to have the YouTube icon next to your name. Yeah. Yeah. It used to have like the YouTube icon next to it. He has good for raid. Holy Priest, Prez, Pally, and Druid, I think, are all like really, really good. I don't know what the comp's gonna be because usually you stack two of the same. Yeah. If I had a main between HPal and Druid, I would probably just main HPal because I think it'd be more fun. So. Oh, I know, right, Mix? It was like I just answered that. Prez doesn't really do good spot healing at all in M+. You'd have to like run Wings of Liberty, which gives you 2 charges of Verdant Embrace, and just be slamming all those on. You're all good, War. You're all good, man. You'd have to like do that and like really play into like Verdant Embrace helping out your spot healing, also having advanced damage and being really aggressive with like time dilations to deal with the spot healing. Now you're gonna get a hammer in Vorky. If you're focused on keys or something, Hellraiser, I'd probably just go Druid for Dwarf, excuse me. Probably go like Dwarf for the bleed removal type stuff. You guys are frying my brains. I didn't envy. We can do that in May, chill. Oh my. I'm probably going to be playing Priest to start the expansion. I'm kind of getting more and more interested in just like, let me play every single healer at the start while we're waiting for the raids to come out. Then when the raids come out, play like Priest, probably Pally as my split alt. And I think they want a third character. And I'm a little undecided. That might be like Druid if I want to focus more on keys. That might be Prez if I want to take some more time of learning Prez for raids. I don't know. Still undecided. But then when like the tier ends, like a month after, and we've already cleared the raid, I might go back to just like gearing every single healer and just kind of playing whatever. So, Priest main's gonna Priest main, you know? Yeah, there's not really much to do before the raid, so I might as well just gear everybody in like, I guess it's gonna be heroic dungeons and some like world activity or something like that, and that'll be it. Yeah. Delves, big delves, yeah. Holy Priest cranks and keys, James, but it's very squishy compared to Disc. I don't think Mythic Zeros come out until normal and heroic come out. Like I did. Oh, they can do the Hall of Fame Delve thing, yeah. I was playing some yesterday, Drake. Yeah. I was playing some yesterday. Holy Priest gets stronger in the first season. It usually is. Holy Priest is really good at the beginning of War Within and Nerebar Palace. He's just like the spot healer dude, you know? And I played half Holy Priest in Nerebar Palace, then half Disc for the fights. So there's definitely a chance. So that's the challenge right now, is like what's gonna be a little bit better. What's gonna be a little bit better for like a world first environment? Because people are saying that like Shadow Priest is like really bad right now, so people are talking about not actually messing with it. And so if you're gonna need to get, you know, Fortitude and PI from somebody else, then it seems like Holy Priest might be the more likely angle. Apparently, that's what I heard, yeah. Yep. Playing Dragonflight and Disc after that with you, but right now there's no chance at all. Yeah, I don't think you're playing Disc and Raids. Keys, I mean, it'll be good for like Voidweaver dungeons. So you'll have like some dungeons with burstier damage patterns that it'll be better on, and then other damage that's like really single target in nature, it'll be really weak on, you know? I don't think there's that much like Vigil AG off healing. I think AG's gone, right? So that's what I'd asked during the Potty Sea Pranders when I was talking to Tettles, because there's so many boss fights that are like multi-target. You know, Ezerak is like a middle boss fight. It's 2 dragons. The Lifeline Vanguard is 3 bosses at once. I think there's a lot of ads on Midnight Falls. So I watched this video about it, Chili. I didn't lie to us. But yeah, it didn't seem like there were too many like just pure ticking damage fights. Yeah. You just have a druid or HPal, whichever you enjoy the most. I think both are good. So just play which of the 2 you like. Yeah, I heard people having trouble with the first boss of Dawnbreaker because they just, I don't know, wanted to make the rot damage really, really high. Just for fun, you know? Yep, just for fun. Well, carry on. Shut up, John. Big difference between Oracle and Archon Holy? Yes. Archon feels like a pump in shorter windows, but throughout a boss fight, Oracle seems better. What makes it seem better? What's the... Give me your take on it. Chat, hold me back. There's a lot of rot damage in these fights. There's a lot of like big AoE burst followed by rot damage. And so you have some time to top everybody off, but you're kind of fighting a little bit of the ticking damage, you know? Zaz has to do the howl into a null beam. Are you talking about Ezerak?
Arkan is better.
True, Revoka. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. Yeah. The Zalito setup. Because, yeah, every second that it applies protection, it absorbs damage. Lightblade increase the amount absorbed. Gaining the Radiant Barrier consumes Midnight Manifestation, spawning a manifestation, or infusing an existing manifestation for each aura stack consumed. So if I remember correctly, it just like spawns a bunch of ads. You stack in a barrier, spawns a bunch of ads. You just kill the ads. At every 30 seconds, the manifestation darkens, increasing their attack speed. So you just got to kill them faster. The presence of the Lightbound Vanguard weakens the enemy's vitality, reducing their max HP and damage done. So you just stack them up and kill them. Yeah. Stand in the barrier. Stack up ads and burn them. I hope there's no 3 heal fights. There are way too many last expansion, man. What 2 healers do I recommend for a super casual AOTC 10-man? Yeah, Bear, VDH, Mage, Boomy, Ret, BM, Shadow, 2 flex healers. You're missing a shaman buff and a fortitude. Oh no, you have fortitude already. Fresno, Pally, no. Monk, nah. So you have a lot of magic damage. I mean, I would say like shaman plus one other. Yeah. If you had a 5 heal comp, you bring like Prez, Holy Priest, Holy Pally, Resto Druid, and then either a second Prez or a second Holy Priest. Yeah, I was thinking no Evoker buff, and I was like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, it's like a technically, yeah, you don't have the Prez buff, but for an AOTC 10-man squad, I don't think you need that. I would just say like shaman and like whatever, you know, one of the guys likes to play. The biggest thing when you have like a 10-man squad is you just want to make sure you have like 2 different healers, both in like the type of healing they do. You know, you don't want to have like Prez and Disc because they're both kind of ramp healers, but also just, you know, different types of healing. Yep. Let me get that +3 or -3 seconds on horse. Woo! Honestly, Time Spiral is more of a raid buff than Blessing of the Bronze. Holy Priest healing profile is actually very bursty. You stack Apotheosis and Halo together. Halo gives you Surge procs, which give you cheaper Prayer of Healing casts. And Apotheosis accelerates your Holy Word regen. And then you're just slamming really high cleave single target, basically. You put a bunch of healing into your primary target, and then it cleaves off on other people. It does that with Serenity, through the Ultimate Serenity talent, and it does that with Prayer of Healing, where you heal the initial target of your Poe for 125% more, and then, of course, you heal 4 other people. So it's a lot of, like, single target with cleave, single target with cleave, single target with cleave, which is really good. You know, I was talking about a Nexus King salad bar earlier. And on that fight, you have 3 different instances of ticking damage. One of them is single target. It'll go out onto 4 or 5 people in the raid. And then after it ends, it puts up a negative heal absorb on those people. So Holy Priest is a very strong heal profile for that moment, because you're just, hey, this guy's got a dot. Over and over and over again, slamming healing into them and removing the heal absorbs. It's pretty good. Yep. Hey, what up, Jaira? Welcome in. Started healing for the first time in Season 3, and your insight's been very helpful. Hopefully buff Mistweaver for Ray. There you go. I don't think Mistweaver's going to need a lot of buffs to get into a strong position, because they had some nasty bugs in raid testing. It could be its own cooldown, sirs. It could be its own cooldown, but in a lot of situations, you wouldn't want to. So, in this instance, I'll show you all the damage on this fight. In this example, you have Primordial Power, which is just ticking damage, if it wants to activate. There you go. You have Primordial Power, which is just ramping ticking damage, okay? And then you have Parasite Expulsion. I'm reloading the page. It doesn't even come close. I'm glad. There you go. So you have your ticking damage, and then you have your Parasite Expulsions. And then you have the Dark Energy. Here we go. All right. So, for example, you would use Apotheosis and Halo here around this 1 minute mark. And then you would be around like 2 minutes right around the time that this Dark Energy is ending, that you could cast your Halo again. So you could probably like Halo first around like the 50-ish second mark, start building up some of your Surge procs, and then Apotheosis, and then you could hit your Halo again around this area and kind of have it as its own cooldown. But you would probably just be using your Hymn here into a Halo, just get it on cooldown. And then you would have Apotheosis and your Halo again, because it's a high damage period with lots of movement, and so more Surge procs is going to allow you to just heal on the move more efficiently. So we were going over some notes about how Holy Priest might be really, really good in raids, and we were just researching some fights and researching some of the healing patterns about it. Yapping. Haven't looked at DPS, Tim. Haven't looked at it. It might Pyro because Holy Priest is also looking better, so we'll see. Yeah, Dracula is very good because the movement, like the double jumps, are really helpful. They announced the support a streamer event. Chat. You can get 2 plushies. Chat. Make sure you're following and turn on bookmarks for the stream. If you gift 2 subscriptions on Twitch when this event comes out, right? Not yet, but 2 subs when this event comes out, you could collect the Cuddly Alliance Blue Gurgle and Cuddly Horde Red Gurgle plushies. So if you're looking for streamers to support, I'm gonna be streaming, let me tell you. It starts on February 26th at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Who cares? Who cares about supporting the streamers, Red? I cares. It's a big deal. Look at this. Look at this. Consume product. Gamers. Of course you want to get a plushie for your house, okay? Of course, Scorpion. Of course. Am I going to support? I'll support Kalamazoo. I'll support him. From February 26th to March 26th. Okay? You need to have a little plushie for your bachelor pads, guys, okay? Gotta do it. Gotta do it. I prefer bigwigs, but they're both good, Fizz, you know. Neither is wrong. Just preference. Yeah. Jack, are you and Kala gonna do a road trip before casting World First? Oh, that'd be so fun. Shit, you know, of all the times to do it, it would be when there's a heroic week. It would be fun, but probably not gonna happen. Probably not gonna happen. Yeah, okay, I'm just saying, keep in mind, come to the stream on February 26th if you would like a plushie. That's gonna be on launch, okay? All right? You know where to be. I'll be here. I'll see you guys there. Yep. Not with that attitude. Which either to have as an alt for casuals, thinking HPal, but I want to be a caster HPal. I feel you there. You could be a caster Holy Priest. I agree it would be fun. I agree it would be fun. It's sometimes kind of hard to get people on board who are streamers to go do stuff. Yes, when you go play the video game, when the servers come out and everything like that, that will be the time. That will be the time. Get a foot cam stream or something? Maybe I will. Maybe I will, all right? I don't think Weekoras will change the race to World First that much, because I think that they're going to have their own like in-house add-ons that'll do 90% of the same thing. Maybe we'll just let chat have the ability to turn it off, Coffee. Maybe that's what we'll do. Yep. Ooh, dungeon tuning. Oh, they nerfed the light ray damage. God bless. Oh, thank goodness. Nice, man, Tooth. Yeah, Mistweaver is like the only melee left. Adjust the enemy composition of the creatures preceding the ice cave. Oh, nice. Because there were like a bunch of tank buster mobs that were just annihilating tanks before the ice cave. Way less casters, Katsy. There's you could go out of your way to get 1 million casters, you know, but you kind of have to like try to force a lot of casters, basically. I think the servers for beta will come back up before today's over. They'll probably leave it up for a bit. Yeah. There's a lot, like, people get upset about the healer kicks being removed, and I get it. I get the argument. I understand. But then at the same time, they also change the dungeons because there are less healer interrupts. And because there were less healer interrupts, they made there be less kicks in the dungeons, you know? They shut down the servers large, so I couldn't get a chance to test. We were just kind of covering some news and stuff today. The Lich. This ability can no longer be dispelled, but its attributes were adjusted to reduce the total damage, minus 10%, when factoring in application resets. I think this is like the negative heal absorb, I guess. So no more curse dispels. That's right, Vork. They're just scared. 100%. 100%. This is like ticking damage when the Lich gets below 40 or 50%. So that's pretty nice. Fix an issue where this ability could hit unintended targets at unintended ranges. This is like the tank buster dude, and he just like chops you down from a mile away. Oh man. The meta is going to be doing a bubble style skip before the ice caves. Skips that rely on AI quirks make dungeons less fun. Wonder if the changes impact that. If they want to make it that way, I mean, we'll have to see because they changed the composition leading up to the ice cave, right? So if it's easier to like pull some of the liches or fight them with other things, the problem is when you have two liches just guarding the front of the cave and you can't really drag anything else in to fight it. You know? So maybe there's only one. Maybe it's like one and it's surrounded by another pack or something. None off the top of my mind, Mark, but I'm working on videos for them. There's like a spirit you can click on in my Zara. I'll probably have like a focus for the video, and it like helps you fight. But they nerfed it a lot. It used to be, it used to like wombo combo kill a boss for you, but they nerfed it a bunch since then. Yeah. Yep. I would have the healer bis list updated for midnight. I'm turning mine in next week, and then I think that they approve it the week following. So it's probably before the like regular early access for everybody will have the bis lists out. Something like that. Launch test is on beta. Yeah. It's actually weird because only the people who spent money for the Epic Edition get to do the beta test for it, right? Unless they open it up for everybody? That's weird. You gotta pay for the early access. You gotta pay for the early access, too. Another edition. I know, right? Oh my god. Pay more. Consume product. I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec. think collector's editions are going out for people already. You basically just get to be done with early access. If you get early access, you're basically done with your leveling and all your alt leveling. And then you get to spend the next 2 weeks being really, really sweaty about world activities and renown that will give you like 2 eye levels more than somebody else. Yeah. And then you're like, bro, you didn't go farm the like spider pole arm? Like, what are you doing, man? Do you even play the game? Yep. I don't think there's that many dungeon trinkets, but I'm going to sit down with Volk, I think, on Monday, and we're going to go over some stuff. There's a couple trinkets that are so painfully undertuned that we don't really know what like final tuning is going to be like, basically. Yeah. In Kroll fight, the dot, damage, and the shout sometimes come at the same time. If I stop doing damage, try to heal, I can't make it in time for the shout. What fight? What are you talking about? What dungeon? Is that the orc in Windrunner? Oh yeah. The second dot is based on who is furthest out. So the first one always targets like, you know, anybody, and then the second one is always who's the furthest player out. So you could just like make sure that you're always like really, really close to the boss. That way you're not going to get selected or chosen. So it's probably a lot better for the healer to not have to worry about moving and healing themselves at the same time. So just like stay in melee. Just avoid it entirely. I think the healers that you could see in like World First are going to be like Pally, Druid, Prez, Holy Priest are like the 4 that I think are possible. Usually World First is going to involve 2 of the same healer. So I don't know if that means you're going to like run double Prez or double Holy Priest or something like that. There is a chance you could run one of everything, but it's a lot more rare. It's a lot more rare. But I think those are the 4 healers that have like the best chance right now of being in the World First race. I don't think you're going to see Disc after the nerfs. I don't think you're going to see Resto Shaman. And I don't really think you're going to see Monk. Yep. Yeah, the fights that have like really high damage, a lot of times you're spread on. Or like Slink is interchangeable with some other cooldown, you know? Yeah, just make sure that you're in melee so you're not baiting it, Neff. Make somebody else bait it. Even if they're in melee, you can just heal them while you're already stacked up and chilling. I mean, also, if you're a priest, you could just grip somebody else's circle to be on top of you. But they would probably be like a melee, and they probably wouldn't like that. So you gotta be a little bit careful about that. But it's technically possible. You just need one other person to stack with you. Pizza! And it's gone. Shout out Pizza ad. Well, the nice thing is got 2.5 weeks to level all the healers and wait for Blizzard to make more balance changes. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird because, like, if we don't get any changes today, which I assume that we won't, then we're kind of locked in. And usually what they do is they do like a really big healer tuning patch every time. But I guess the big one that we got was like, I don't know, the healer damage one. It didn't really seem like we had like one big overwhelming one, you know? Yeah. Just means there's a lot of options. Just means there's a lot of options. It would be weird. I mean, it'd be kind of cool if they had a patch on Tuesday, because then you get like a day or two to try it before the early access started. I have a feeling that they are going to revert the Empyrean Legacy stuff, or just make it like a, 80% strength instead of 30% or whatever it was. I think there's a very good chance they could do that. Because why else would you add 2 charges of Empyrean Legacy if they wanted to kill the talent, you know? So, not sure. mean, Blizzard does plenty of weird things, but it kind of seemed like it was a signal that they actually wanted it to be an ability that you'd utilize. But what can you do? Yeah, might be just some hardcore copium. Might be. Yeah, I mean, I think Pally will still be strong because the Holy Light's still really big value. Shield of the Righteous mana regen still feels really good. I don't think Pally's going to be like awful or anything, but I think the gameplay is going to be not as fun. That's the biggest thing. There's been plenty of times where like unsatisfying gameplay has been, you know, attached to like a spec that's strong, and people will like look past it because it's just strong, right? But if you already knew a playstyle that was strong and fun, and then you lost that, it's gonna be like, get that back. I know, weird. Ew, weird, man. Nothing lately, L. We were just talking about it. Nothing lately. Yeah, I'd love it. I'd love it if I could actually use offensive penance as disc. You know, they're making it so you're only using defensive penance when you play Oracle. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Instead of going under. I think it's probably gonna be next week, Gothic. Yep. Holy rise up, yeah. People were praying for a holy season. People were praying for one. I think I got all my notes here. Druid or nothing, I guess, for keys. Yeah, I think it's in a tier of its own. We'll see. I wanted to test today to kind of confirm that theory. I think we still have to wait like another hour or something like that. Which expansion have the most fun healing? Battle for Azeroth. Yeah. Lots of very fun fights. Lots of rot damage. Lots of ticking damage. Not sure, Schwinsta. Not sure. Tree Druid Union's been paying me bribes. I wish. I wish. Like 2 months ago, I made a video about how Druid and Disc were like the kings of midnight, and then Disc got nerfed and Druid didn't. Druid got a baby nerf, but they're still really strong. They survived the nerf, whereas Disc survived the first nerf, and then they're like, 4 more nerfs. Let's go. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, when was Light Blind Vanguard? When did we test that? Friday, December 5th. Oh my god, dude, that was so long ago. This one was crazy long ago. It's like gonna be a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago. See if I can find the VOD for it. Light of Dawn's like decent for healing. Light of Dawn's like pretty decent for healing. Problem is, I mean, when you had Imperial Legacy, you would be able to be like really, really getting a ton of Light of Dawn value. But these days, I think that you're probably just gonna be spamming your Word of Glory or Eternal Flame. At least in keys. In raids, you could probably just hit a lot of Light of Dawn just for you probably hit a lot of Light of Dawn in raids because the beacon transfers will be good and it'll help with like overall healing, but it won't be as good if you need to do like prio target healing or anything like that. Where is this VOD? Oh, I think it's this one. My thoughts on Fellowship Season 2. I do the beta launch stress test. I enjoyed the new healer, and it was really fun. But it was honestly kind of depressing, like, streaming the game and seeing, like, tons and tons of negativity every single time I streamed it. So I kind of just needed a breather from that. We'll see if I play it some more. But it's like, it's tough streaming the game and being like, I'm having fun, and then just seeing, like, lots of complaints about it the entire time. So I was like, let's give myself a break. We'll see. Beta launch stress test, I'm not doing that. Nah, not too much of a point. All right, I think I found the VOD. Why do people complain? Because people love complaining. People just love complaining. So it's just like too much negativity for me. So I was like, I'm just gonna do some WoW testing and stuff today. And then the servers turned off. So now I'm gonna write some notes about some of the boss fights I was testing. Where is the Light Blind Vanguard? I think I'm almost at it.
Happy anniversary, BB.
No dream. Thank you for the 7 months. Happy freaking anniversary. Thanks for bringing me a Prime sub for it. It's awesome. Okay, this is the fight I wanted to get some notes in on. I think if Fellowship makes it to a 3rd season, I think it'll get a lot more positivity. Yeah. But yeah, literally it was just like, oh, it's like bad timing, or like, oh, there's not a new dungeon, or oh, like this, oh, like that. I was just like, okay. I'm just gonna step away, you know? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if it makes it to another season, you know? Are HPal sandbag and raid? I think so. I think HPal is really, really good. Yep. There's no edge-to-edge action. Yeah, buddy. Yep. What I use is Better Cooldown Manager, SAC. And you can input specific IDs and specific slots to be able to track. And that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah, for the max tier list, I maybe sandbagged Holy Priest out, actually. Yeah. But I think the Holy Priest will forgive me. I out sandbagged. I rated my stuff like relative to Paladin, you know? I rated my stuff like relative to where Paladin was at. I think Pally's still gonna be in world first. I think Pally's still gonna be like a top 3 healer in keys. Yeah. Mistweaver got a mana buff like a month and a half. Something like that. Yeah, that's the thing. Shadow does look good in this fight. I don't know if they got a bunch of nerfs since then, because this is like 2 months ago. This is like 2.5 months ago. Yeah, Druid's been great. Druid was like good in all the raid tests, and then they nerfed their mastery, but then they buffed a lot of their raid healing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about tracking the buff itself, Arlen, but I know you can track the cooldown. So, a little bit, Rec. A little bit. Oh my god, it's not gonna leave me alone with the ads. Leave me alone. Yeah, that's always the challenge, Ree, is like, what happens when Mistweaver gets all their bugs fixed? What happens when Mistweaver gets all their bugs fixed? It would not be the first time that, like, monks either sandbagged or were like, we're bugged in beta, and then they, like, started turning around and cranking. I don't think it's going to happen this time, personally. I don't think it's going to happen this time. But you never know. Hell would freeze over. Those are the people with the names like Fisty Pump. Spreading around pro Mistweaver propaganda. Yep. They got a new sentence which is significantly weaker and got Whispering Waves removed since last testing. Yeah. Would you even cast a Chain Heal with a new Ascendance? Because it hits like, what, 10 targets or something, right? Oh yeah, Void Shield was nuts on this testing. Yep. Definitely not a Monk main. Yep. Definitely not. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a lot of magic debuffs on this fight too. Because you use a Master Spell to clear the Divine Shield. I don't know if that still stays that way though. I don't know if that actually stays that way. But yeah, then he puts out like the Avenger Shields, which put out like magic debuffs. It's more of like the it's pretty heavy on regrowths and rejuves. You're not like ramping rejuves the way you were back in the day. At least not having that like carry your healing. Let me see, I probably have a log right here, don't I? Yeah, regrowth is still his top heal. But he's casting rejuve the most. And then you have this Everbloom talent from your Life Bloom, from your Apex talent. And so you're hitting Swiftmend on cooldown. And then you're consuming your Soul of the Forest, probably on rejuves. And that causes your Life Bloom to go into like Omega Overdrive. And then it's cranking a bunch of healing. I don't know, are you like hitting that in conjunction? It looks like there's moments where he's just perma ramping up in rejuves and then spamming regrowths. Looks kind of like that. While hitting... Where's the button? While hitting Swiftmend all the time on cooldown. Looks like they're being consumed on rejuves most all the time. Yeah, here you go. No idea, scumbag. Maybe Priest? I mean, I'm going to focus on, like, Raid Prog first, which will probably be Priest. But after that, I'm really heavily considering after the raid is over to just, like, gear up all my healers, see what's good, see what I enjoy playing, and just do that. Because I still have no idea if I'm going to, like, be able to play with a sustained team. Because I want to play on weekdays at noon. That's really tough to find people that want to push for title at that time. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Trank I think has that flourish effect, so yeah. Looks like he's trying to use Trank to extend the duration of all his hots and then like regrowth afterwards. All the regrowths are in blue. Yeah, seems honestly pretty straightforward. Odds of getting dragon slaps to the ground? Well, they nerfed the rewind. Yeah, they nerfed the rewind stuff. Beyond that, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like that, Mephisto. As long as you have a Life Bloom on a target that's going to be taking a lot of damage. Yeah. Yep. Be Monk for the first season. Think about being in melee and having to do damage to heal. You would in keys. I don't know if you would in raids though. Yeah. But if you enjoy it, just do it, yeah. Crest costs got reduced.
Another month of being a member of the Jakedom.
Hey, let's go, Sansu. Thank you for the 2 years, my dude. Let's see. Upgrades now require a flat 20 crests per level. Crafted pieces now require 80 crests instead of 60. Ooh. Ooh. Go, Jacob. Appreciate the Arduid stuff. Haven't been able to see much of it in raids. Yeah, you bet, dude. Thanks for the super, man. Let's see. Each upgrade costs 5 more crests, with crafted pieces requiring 20 more crests. From our last data mining, the crest cap per week has been increased to 100. Was 90, making income slightly higher. Seems like it'll make gearing decisions easier, but gearing will be slightly slower when compared to War Within due to the increased cost of upgrades. Okay. So crest cap at 100, crest cost 20 an upgrade, crafted cost 80. Each gear track now only accepts a singular type of crest. Champion gear accepts champion crests the entire time. That I like a lot. That I really like a lot. And then 6 total tiers. Yeah. W. Well, it did, Gothic, yeah, until all the raid testing was over. Yep. I know, it's like, I saw the whole thing about the Valor Stones being removed, but you have to use gold instead. And it's not that much gold. I'm like, I get it if you don't want it to be gold and you want it to be nothing, but is it better than Valor Stones? Yeah. It's a lot better than Valor Stones. Yeah, it's like not that much. Didn't you used to be able to see all the new expansion profession recipes? If you would, they would be in like their profession guides. Wherever they are. I don't know, maybe they're not out yet? Expansion content, midnight, professions. There you go. Boom. $300 gold for one piece to max it. Yeah, it's like, whatever. I guess the guides just haven't come out yet, Grappler. Expansion hasn't come out, you know. It's gone to hell. Whoa, whoa. One of the writers here. Come on now. It's messed up, man. That's messed up. I mean, I know they have been cutting down on staff, so maybe the ad revenue is just not good. I'm not sure. They haven't been like cutting my pay or anything like that, so who knows? Yeah, that's the thing. I think everybody would take gold any day of the week, man. I remember when WoW Hood comments used to be really helpful. I was trying to find some housing decor thing, and there was just like a bunch of comments of like people waiting for the guide or people who were like lost on stuff. And I was like, man, I remember every time I used to look at Wowhead comments, I would find like a whole guide in their comments. Yeah. Or now you have it on the opinion articles, man. Oh. Yep. Yo, Cookie, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Not pizza. Commit sells gold, charging gold to upgrade gears a slippery slope. I think we've already fallen down the slope, to be honest, Bola. I think we've already kind of fallen down the slope. You know, we have more things in the cash shop than ever before. You know, we've got like boosting is legalized, but you can't do it with a boosting community. So now, you know, for years and years now, people have been buying gold from Blizzard to go buy boosts in the game. I mean, certain news reports have talked about very bad people putting together companies that are selling World of Warcraft gold to be able to like launder money. And with all the bots that you always see in LFG all the time, always advertising their wares, and Blizzard only banning them after there's like enough backlash, and then they always come back. Pretty sure it's just by design that they're allowing those like gold sellers and everything like that to just keep on existing because they make Blizzard a lot of money. You know? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, gold selling has gone on for a long, long time. And sometimes it's more in people's faces, and other times it's not in people's faces. You know, kind of goes all over the place. Mr. Poppyworth, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome in. Thanks for kicking off the hype train, too. Yeah. Blizzard doesn't care as long as they get them to pay for the account, pretty much. It's like, at this point, the like RMTers in trade chat or in LFG and the like China RMT for like Hall of Fame and 0.1% title type stuff, that's just a feature now. Like, that's just what happens. because Blizzard allows it because they make money from it. They're not ever going to like seriously clamp down on it on a consistent basis. They're not going to spend, you know, an entire season constantly banning people and just pushing them down into the dirt and stymieing their progress at every single turn. They're just going to like, you know, do like a once an expansion ban wave and be like, we're doing stuff. It's a cat and mouse game. It's always a challenge. Like, I don't know. You're telling me you can't have one person spend an hour of their workday looking at who's posting these LFG advertisements and then just perma-banning them because it, you know, breaks all the TOS and all the like social contract reminder stuff we get at the beginning of every single login? You're saying that's just not possible to do regularly? You know, just takes one intern. Just takes one intern. But I think it cuts into their profit margin more to ban them than it does to have somebody paid to ban them, you know? And yeah, Blizzard will just sell, you know, they sell their own gold, so they're already part of the racket, right? Like there was, if you guys remember, if you played in BFA, there was a lot of like conversation about like store mounts and what should be sold in the store. I think it was Legion, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was in Legion or WoD, where there were those helms, those Transmog helms that they would put in the store that for people to buy. And I remember people in LFR were kicking people out of their LFR groups because they bought those helms. There was a lot of backlash about people buying stuff in the store and the slippery slope, right? Of like, why are we paying a sub and paying for an expansion and paying for all these other things in the store, like cosmetic or not, right? There was a ton of backlash, and the result is like, honestly, those people lost, you know? Blizzard kept doing it. People kept buying it. And, you know, we are here, right? So, monk or priest? Depends on if you want to be in melee and keys or not. Yep. Yeah, I think you'd have a better chance with invites if Brewmaster's meta. But if you like playing Brewmaster, that could be good. If they could add more layers to the microtransaction, they would. They are. You see the shop for the... They're pretty well priced, to be fair. But they're selling that decor, baby. They're making that bread. Yeah, they got where is it? It's the lowest price. Oh, I guess it's in the in-game store, isn't it? Isn't it? They have these little plushies. Here they are. Yeah, they have the little plushies. They're $1. 100 Heartsteel is $1. So like, if anybody, the bright side is if anybody worries that WoW is gonna die, just show them this. Okay? Because keep in mind, once you buy one thing, if you want to put up multiple wolf plushies, you have to buy multiple of them from the shop. You can't just like, you know, buy one and then copy 20 of them into your room. They're gonna make bank. And then yeah, they got the Bruto mount. Like, trust me, if anybody ever tells you WoW is dying or dead or whatever, just show them this stuff, okay? WoW's gonna be making more money than ever before. Yep. Yeah, they actually, and to be fair, they have, you know, they have decent bundles. You can buy like a bunch of Heartsteel. You can buy $100 worth of Heartsteel. Oh, I thought it actually gave you a discount if you bought more. I thought there was, or maybe it's just the where is it? Maybe it's the decor bundles. Yeah. It's easier to see in game for sure. Housing, here we go. Oh yeah, they have the decor pack. That's what it is. Yeah. They got the decor pack. And so what is it? 8 plushies, 4 lions, and 4 wolves. See, there you go. So Activision got bought by Microsoft now, Mephisto. Yeah. But I remember buying Activision stock before they got bought out. Yeah. We considered predatory by encouraging more spend. Oh, what? So you're saying capitalism is predatory? Huh? Huh? I can't even keep a straight face. In Guild Wars, of course, in Guild Wars, if we buy a decor item from the gem store, it unlocks the recipe so you can craft more yourself. Oh, isn't that respectful to their players? Huh? Yeah. Nah, it's like the housing stuff is fine, right? Isn't that neat? Yeah, so neat coffee. Who show me the money. Who develops Guild Wars 2? What country coffee? uh Should I as a Holy Pally heal dungeons at midnight, or should your best friend the Mistweaver do it? Have your Mistweaver tank brew, and then you heal them. Don't worry about it. They have a little bit of red in their flag. What country develops Guild Wars 2? South Korea. Actually, yeah, it's, was developed by ArenaNet, an American video game studio. While ArenaNet is the developer, they're owned by the South Korean company NCSoft. Okay. Diskin M Plus is like kind of mediocre now. Yeah. When Blizzard needs good publicity in the future, they'll make Decor a one-time purchase and make us think they're heroes for doing it. I think the next thing is they do like a charity where you get Decor. So you like donate to the charity, but they like give you Decor as a result. And then they put Decor in the shop some more. Something like that. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Listen, guys, we love capitalism. Use the capitalism to gift 2 subs to a streamer next week to get your plushies. There's Murgle plushies, Murloc plushies. Let's ride. Let's ride. That's right. They have the Habitat for Humanity pet. Yeah. W to Habitat for Humanity. I did service hours with them in high school. Those guys own. I worked at their like restore, and they would sell like, you know, old washers, dryers, things like that. And they had too many toilets, and so they like handed a bunch of teenagers sledgehammers. Didn't give us any eye protection or anything else, and they said, "Go smash these toilets and then sweep them, you know, off the like loading bay into a dumpster." That was a pretty fun job. I had a blast. Build a house from Decor charity. Ooh, that'd be advanced. You could build like a pay-to-win house if they had enough stuff, Revoca. Oh, baby. That'd be sick. If they had a gear treadmill, I would play the fuck out of Guild Wars 2. Yeah. What do they have? What is it, the horizontal progression or vertical progression? What is it called? It is cool building stuff. Yeah. Horizontal. There you go. I enjoy playing Disc, but I'm afraid it's too nerfed and I don't have time for multiple characters. I think Holy Priest kind of cranks, but yeah, it looks like a druid meta at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see. How long did they say this launch event was going to be? Wait, no, we're keeping this up. We're keeping that page up. It's like a 200 eye level for 20 years. Woof. Where is this test thing today? Oh yeah, I want to see what this turbo boost thing is. Okay, Friday, 3:30 my time. Run the test for an hour. During that time, other beta realms will be closed. Damn. Yep, still using Danders. Unable to frame change colors from boss debuffs? Correct. Correct. Yep. Apparently they're going to make some kind of change to the boss debuffs. I thought like Relo tweeted out something about that. I'm trying to remember now. I'm trying to remember. I actually don't know, Napster. I mean, the add-on works. The product works. Maybe Reload didn't tweet about it. Somebody tweeted about how boss debuffs was going to change. Yeah. Yeah. But apparently, like, a big issue with the boss debuffs, and this is like a Blizzard issue, is that they're not showing dispel overlays. So if there's a boss debuff that requires a magic dispel, you only see the dispel overlay, or you only see like the border of the boss debuff turn blue to be dispellable. So it doesn't actually change your entire frame color the way it's supposed to be. It's really, really irritating. But apparently they're supposed to change it. I don't know where I saw the source for that at, but I'll try to dig it up somewhere though. Yeah. Vizark, thank you for the prime. Thank you, dude. What is this? New system called the Void Forge seems to be unlocked. Corgos, thank you for the prime. New ways to collect and upgrade items. Yeah, it's a very, very small one. Let's see. Nah, well, beta's down for this like launch event thing, so it should be back in like an hour. So we're kind of just biding our time. So, I mean, if you're going for title Bluegrass, yeah. But if you're not going for title, you should be fine. So you have to collect elementary void core shards. The reward are transmute elemental void cores, and there's also notification the quest unlocks the Void Forge, which grants new ways to collect and upgrade powerful items. There seems to be 6 quests long. You unlock the Void Forge. Based on a hidden currency we've data mined, this seems to be a new turbo boost. This follows the last 2, which also had hidden currencies, clearly linking the mid-season to the turbo boost. Seems reasonable to suspect the Void Forge would be a mid-season boost. The question is how. You could craft gear or upgrades. The system could be similar to Valor Points from Wrath, where you get a currency from bosses and spend it on gear. Or craft wanted gear from unwanted gear. Trade it 3 unused trinkets for 1 wanted. Similar to the Dinar or Puzzling Cartel chip system. Yeah. Ooh, possible speculations. You maybe would upgrade a piece into the next tier. That would be sick. I'd like that for a turbo boost, but I don't want them to keep on increasing the overall like max eye level. Yeah. I think it's still slower than War Within Kala, but I think it's faster than it was before. If that makes sense. I don't think there's anything wrong with like being able to upgrade a piece into the next tier, or maybe get like 1 item that you just haven't been able to get or something like that. I don't want to be in a situation where my gear explodes again midway through the season and I have to like grind up a bunch of other upgrades before the next raid comes out. That stuff I'm very over. Because it also like doesn't incentivize you to push keys until after that event happens for somebody who really likes pushing keys, because you're just always going to be able to like overlap your record, you know? If they were going to do it and that you're going to keep on power creeping the entire season, then you need it to be like slight by every couple weeks, you know? And I think they're like Raid Renowned does a pretty good job of doing that, where you get 3% extra damage and healing every couple weeks, because then you still have an incentive to keep on playing, even though you're always going to kind of overlap your previous best over time as the upgrades keep rolling in. But these like really big power spikes, these like really sharp power spikes kind of ruin it, you know? I didn't even like push after we cleared Mana Forge Omega. You know, we cleared the raid in a month, and then it was still like another month and a half or so until Turbo Boost came out. So I was just like, well, what's the point? All this is going to be invalidated anyway. And then it came out, and then I was like, well, I'd rather just like play beta, or, you know, play PTR for the next season or something like that. So, yeah. That like early season push as things are still getting discovered and you have like new strategies that you're unlocking and figuring out with the rest of the community. That stuff's always really hype. Yeah. I do like the crest for one type of gear though. Yeah. That is really nice too. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be fine with turbo boosted, just like keeping your gear eye level either the same or just allowing you to upgrade your track from like a hero to mythic, or to like buy a trinket that you just can't get from raid or whatever. That stuff I like. Just don't balloon up the upgrade tracks, please. Yeah. Mistweaver compared to Disc, Holy, Druid, HPal. I think Mistweaver's like top 3 for healers and keys. In raids, I don't really think you're going to see them in like World First. Yeah. They're like fine, but in order for Monk to be in like Race to World First, they need to be like busted. They need to be like crazy, crazy strong, you know? The only times we've seen Monk are when you're bringing like double Monk to the equation. Yeah. I get some water real quick. 1 sec. BRB. Just be competitive NM plus? Not at the moment. Not like meta or near meta or anything. I think Voidweaver will have like some niche use, but Voidweaver is like really bad in spot heal situations, and there's a decent amount of spot healing. So, not sure about all the trinket details. I know that Volk and I are gonna get together soon and yap about it. Impact, thank you for the prime. I'm gonna try to do that on like Monday, I think. Yeah. it's going to be a Monday angle there. What are these bosses named? Bellamy. That's right. No idea, Slizzer. I know it's a nerf to the second boss, and it really needed it. It really, really needed it. Holy's, I think Holy will be good in raids, yeah. The thing with Holy and raids is like, it's super, super mana constrained. And so if you can get away with getting like an innervate or something like that, you can crank. You can actually crank crazy healing. I gotta find the boss version of Bellamy. There we go. There we go. You have a log of it somewhere, right? Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's huge, Liz. I hope so, man. That was like the worst boss fight. It gets better when you have coordinated groups and you can kind of like swap off and kind of trade health and everything like that. Because I think if you're like good at 2-target healing, you have the healer and like a third DPS kind of just trade off on soaking. Meanwhile, the first 2 people just get all the healing. But, you know, when you're pugging, good luck. You know? It's one of those fights that there's like really big swings in like how easy or hard it is to heal, because you have 3 laser beams that got to be soaked by 5 players all at once. And, you know, you could probably have a tank soak one pretty consistently. Yeah, like, yeah, if you have a mage, dude, mage needs to become synonymous with like the squishiest thing ever. Yep. Yep. For M+, I mean, I think Holy's kind of better than Disc in, in that environment as well. Yeah. You had Mage and Monk. I don't think I have to say a lot. Yeah. Oh, no, dude. Yeah, I guess the best thing you could do is just, like, get your tank to soak, and that'll help a lot. Yeah. This is interesting. A Zealous Spirit emboldens a member of the Vanguard, increasing their damage by 30% for 20 seconds and empowering one of their abilities. I didn't know about this. So there's an empowered Avenger Shield. It causes Avenger Shield to target all players. Oh, nice. And it's a dispellable effect. So the entire raid gets dotted up. Huh. This is helping our priest theory out a little bit for more master spell value. That's really helping that a lot. Oh yeah, so the Vanguard member calls upon the light to protect them, becoming immune to all damage and harmful effects with Divine Shield. So you can actually master spell that off. So if ever there were a fight where you would bring multiple priests, it would probably be this one for the master spell. Yeah. Betray priest this tier, not feeling like playing Holy again and missing M+. Probably go Druid or HPal. Yeah. If they reverse the Empyrean Legacy stuff, I think you could make the argument that Pally could get close to Druid. Without it, though, I mean, I want to test it today. We're just kind of waiting on the midnight launch stuff to end and then bring up the beta servers. So we only got to test the 1 boss raid, and we got to test the first boss of the 2 boss raid. So the 1 boss raid is Chimeras, and that boss is really easy. The first boss of the 2 boss raid is Beleren, and that's Big Bird. Get the big old yellow feet, and he's a big old void bird. And he didn't seem that hard either. It was kind of just like a helter-skelter kind of fight. Yeah. Yeah, they'll bring up the realms against Liz. Oh, I had no idea, Juki. Yeah. I'm just working on the Wowhead stuff right now. Yeah. I use a Platinator, say. Oh. All my UI stuff's right there. Pugs can kill the one boss raid on heroic, I think. Because the one boss raid, you have like half your group go down, they kill ads, other half just stay up, and then you just kind of like dodge goo on the ground, and then have people with a dispel run towards the puddle, and you just spell them on the puddle and it clears it. That's kind of it. Mythic, you just got to make sure that like one group goes one direction and one group goes another direction, because if you walk on top of each other and like one person's upstairs, one person's downstairs, then it kills you. But otherwise, I think it's kind of just an easy fight. It's kind of silly because they make the boss look like really sick. Where is it? Kamarish. Yeah, the boss looks really, really sick. Choose revival over mass. I don't think the damage will be that high. Because if you send like 2 mass dispels and then everyone personal dispels, and you have like 4 or 5 debuffs to heal off. Or to go again. The ticking damage did not seem that high. But let's see. Because there's the Avenger's Shield there. Let's see. Average hit. Wasn't there also ticks? Yeah, so the average tick is hitting between 13 and 50k for damage. And so I don't think that's going to be too high. I think that's one of those things you can like tolerate. But it's definitely nice being able to like rip some mass spells. Especially if you want to bring one already, because when you bloodlust, the bosses will like divine shield, and you can remove the divine shield with a mass spell. So I don't know if it's so strong that you're going to need to have... I don't know if it's going to be that strong where you're going to need to have a revival. But it seems like it's only happening maybe twice a fight. So you could also just do it for that. Yeah. It could be. And I think this is just the Light's Infusion just taking damage the entire fight. The damage increases by 25% every time a member of the Vanguard unleashes their aura. So it's going to be... I would think it'd be consistently increasing damage. But you can just like look at the boss timeline for this fight. It just instantly gets clogged. It's like 5 mechanics about to be coming up. Zealous Spirit, Searing Radiance, Avenger's Shield, Divine Storm, Sacred Toll. Yeah, so you can just barely see the bubble as it pops up at the start of the fight. Look at the right chaplain. Bloodlust goes up. Divine Shield goes up on the middle and the right of the Paladins. So. Oh, what was the fix? Harmonica. And then you rip a Mass Dispel, and then it removes the bubbles. So, gotta go to the weapon slot selection and ignore the override, then click the little tab above the man hand slot, send it to Holy. Oh, neat. Okay. Well, that's good. It was gonna be weird if they just like updated the Transmog system and then got rid of a bunch of options. I hope it's enough, Biscuit. I hope it's enough, man. Arcanath was a nasty fight. And it's going to stay very, very nasty for a while. I don't think it's enough to, like, trivialize it, I guess. If I had to, like, I don't know, spitball guess, I feel like Arcanath was, like, 2 key levels harder than the other boss fights. Now it's maybe 1 key level harder than the other ones. Definitely better than it was before. That's for sure. Definitely a lot better than it was before. Alright, so there's the General Amy does the Devotion Aura that reduces everybody's damage. Does that also do damage to everybody else? At 100% energy, she unleashes a Devotion Aura, reducing damage taken by 75 yards. 75% for allies within 40 yards. And then she consecrates the ground. Yeah, increases all damage enemies take and pacifies them. This is a fun fight. Yeah. This is a fun fight. Let's see. Each time a boss hits max energy, they unleash a new aura effect. Bellamy, Devo Aura, reduces damage taken by allies by 75%, then unleashes a Consecrate that pacifies players and deals heavy damage in that exact same area. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Or Chaplain Sen. Aura of Peace. Protects allies within 40 yards. And pacifies any player who directly attacks them. And then she consecrates the ground. Hang on. I gotta see this. Or Chaplain. She's still not close. Not close. Not close. Come on. Alright, well, I can see the other one. I can see the Ret Pally's aura. So, you're basically just cycling between these auras. What's his name? Commander? He's about to hit his max energy ability. Yeah, you can master spell the Divine Shield. You can master spell, which is not bad. Let's see. Commander Venel Lightblood. Aura of Wrath. Increasing holy damage. Done by 100% within for allies within 40 yards. Done by allies if within 40 yards. Consecrates the ground again. So he just buffs everybody. Yeah. And then I think he's also sending out Divine Tolls. So he's going to put up his aura in a second. There it is. Commander Velen Lightblood empowers his allies with Aura of Wrath. And you got to get out of there, because then you're also getting the execution sentence on you. And then he's also sending out Divine Tolls. Oh, man. And with how much time it takes for them to cast, you already have to have this guy way out. This fight's going to be insane. This is the second to last boss fight in the raid. Yeah. Ba-boom. I think near the end of this test, we plugged in a 5th healer and we were still getting wrecked. Yeah, I put barrier down, and we just died right through it. Not enough soaks. Not enough soaks. The bell. There we go. Yeah, this boss went ba-boom. Let's see how deep in. There's supposed to be a pacify. Here it is, the Aura of Peace. We all exploded. Basically, if you attack a target during this Aura of Peace, then you get pacified. That's what it says. Consecrates the ground, Aura of Peace. Attacks allies within 40 yards, pacifies any player who directly attacks him for 5 seconds. Yeah. So you gotta like dodge shields, soak hammers with other people, and you're constantly dragging the bosses all around the room. Yeah. Yo, Kalamazoo got his plaque. Go give Kalamazoo some love, guys. He got his YouTube plaque. He got his YouTube plaque for 100K subs. Let's go. Dude, this thing looks nice. I gotta find out where I'm gonna put mine. I think I can put it in the. Maybe I'll just mount it to the wall. Maybe I'll just put it on the wall. I also like I need to get like shelves within my display case to show off stuff better. Yeah. I miss your cold drops. Soon this year. That's right, this year. We are 8K, 8.8 away. Getting there. Getting there. Can I sub twice on YouTube? Yeah. He's ahead of me. Get the boss, John. Let's go. We'll get there. We'll get there. Man's been grinding for it a long time. Long time. Have I taken down the server yet? Oh, come on, man. Look at my face. I literally just can't believe what's happening. Yeah, this fight is something else. Beta servers should turn back on today. They should. We'll see. I really want them to because I want to try out a couple builds and then record a video tonight about it. But we'll see.
Yay, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Like, wait. Piccalilli, thank you for the 27 months. They have this beta testing server to like test midnight launch. And I think they just want people to try it. So they're taking down the regular beta servers to try to keep us regular beta gamers down. Can I buff this priest? I would if I could. Oh my goodness. I would if I could. Reflecting back on the content creation beginnings, what's been the hardest part? I think just staying onto a schedule. Getting onto a schedule and I guess like taking out the emotion of like what works versus like what do you like, you have to find the intersection of like what do you like making and also what works, you know? And you got to be like willing to keep on working on something that you know works even before it starts getting views. That's probably the toughest part. If you know the idea is strong, you have to like keep on doing it before people take notice. I think Prez has to get like a rework in terms of how it heals in M+, because it just is a healer that has way more setup than like everybody else. And it does not need to have so much setup. It doesn't need to have nearly as much, I guess, like work or effort required to be able to set up its healing compared to everybody else. Yeah. Yeah, I think DKs are really good. I know they got some nerfs, but I'm not sure where they stand right now. But they've been good almost all of beta. Yep. Yeah, doing the correct thing, even if you know it's not getting like views and stuff. Yeah. Because like you'll be able to see data and everything as well of like this worked, but then also the algorithm or whatever doesn't like promote it that much, right? But then all of a sudden you're like doing the exact same thing like a year later and everyone's like, people love this. It's like, oh, all right. Yo, much love, say mate. You as a person, wonderful human being. Glad we met you and could spend time together on the platforms. Hey, thanks for tuning in, dude. Yeah, I remember I was like, I'm going to read through Larius's guide at some point because I basically skimmed it. And now he's got some rewriting to do. He's got some rewriting to do. But I think that's also kind of a relief. Whenever there's like a big, large-scale change, you're like, all right, surely they're not going to change a bunch of other stuff now. It's kind of like waiting for the sword to fall, right? When it's been like quiet for a while. Just want to say you're mid. I'm here to ensure you do not get a big head. Thanks, man. Watching you. Come on. Give me a longer pull. Like a slightly longer pull. I have my note-taking going on at the same time. I guess I should just go in order. The Zealous Spirit is the mythic mechanic that's emboldening people. Does it even show here? No. So the Zealous Spirit is emboldening all of them. Searing Radiance, Avenger Shield, Divine Storm, Sacred Toll. Okay, what's coming to him when the Jak be Dictator arc begins? That's right. Oh, thanks, Lizelle. How you doing? Man, there is a lot. I might have to just categorize this as like shit to dodge on the ground. I think that's what we're gonna have to do because there's a lot. Let's see. Divine Hammers, spin outward. That's right, actually. Light Blood, Divine Hammers. Devastating Storm of Holy Energy, deals damage to enemies within 8 yards. Hey, Yuryek. Passes Judgment as current target. All right, so Tank Buster. The immunity. There's hammers to dodge. Where are the arcing shields that you gotta dodge? They should be coming from the Ret Pally. New tattoo, now that the oncologist gave you the go-ahead. Just got home from work and gonna spend the rest of the time watching the stream playing. Wow, let's go. I'm hopeful for a priest. I think Holy Priest is gonna be in a much better spot, but Voidweaver kind of is growing more and more powerful for Disc, and Oracle is getting worse and worse. Hi, Ben Cardi. What's going on? Right now, I'm just doing some notes on this interesting boss fight that has 1 billion damage mechanics going out. Just 1 billion. This one's a pain to write for because there's just so many. I guess I should just write like all the tank busters too, because that'll take off a lot. All right, tank mechanics. Because you have 3 different mobs that all do different things. All right, Sen spams Exorcism for damage on the tank. Let's see. Bellamy. Judgment on the tank. And increasing the damage they take from Shield of the Righteous by 500% for 5 seconds. After casting Judgment, Bellamy immediately casts Shield of the Righteous on her current target. Ooh. Debuffs tank for 5 seconds and makes them take 1% more damage from SOTR. And that cast begins immediately after. Always taunt swap after a judgment. Well, that makes it easy. Wait, and Light Blood. Oh my god. Oh man. Light Blood also casts a judgment. Judgment, but makes the target take 500% more damage from Final Verdict, which casts immediately after. So taunt swap after judgments. And trade Bellamy and Light Blood. Yeah. It did not make it to live, Shnu. It was a PvP one. It was a PvP one. These are some notes I'm going to be making for a video. So you just be able to watch the video and it'll have everything in here. It's on the GCD, Shnu, so it was going to be kind of annoying. It was going to be kind of annoying. Alright, so that's the tank busters. Let's see, drag other bosses outside of the auras when bosses reach max energy. Usually watch my videos and then write out your notes. It's the circle of life. You see my house? Oh, yeah, I gotta... That's probably a lot of the content I'll be doing once I level all my characters. Is actually gonna be building a house. I started the whole housing thing, and then I kind of stopped. I have the location, and it's a cool location. We just got to build off of that. We just got to build off of that. Great way to get some plushies. True. We're going to have your Support Us streamer event next week. If you'd like to get some Murloc plushies next week when early access starts, February 26th at 3 p.m. Pacific time, you could gift 2 subscriptions to this channel and then get your awesome plushies. And also you can watch for drops and get the fishmonger pet. Yeah. I think you get both of them. You get 2. Gift 2 subs, get 2 plushies. Easy game. Easy game. That's right. Available in all regions. And you vibe. It looks like while the channel is live streaming, purchase and gift at least one of any tier. Once you purchase and gifted a cumulative total of 2, you'll earn the reward. Campaign will begin. Any subs purchased before will not be counted. Any subs purchased while the channel is not live streaming World of Warcraft, the category set to World of Warcraft, also will not be counted. Okay, so you got to be online. We're going to have a long stream. Time for a long stream. Yep. W. All right, let me see. There's the Avengers shields. Apparently the Avengers shields were supposed to silence, but then I didn't see that here. Yeah. General Bellamy silences players struck by divine toll. Oh, okay, so divine toll. Volley of holy shields every 2 seconds. Shields that hit players. Oh, yeah. Okay, got it. That's going to go in our shit to dodge. Bellamy. Divine toll. Spinning shields that silence. That's right. We're taking notes, Sliver. We always do like one mega raid boss video where I just kind of tell everybody how to do all the fights and stuff. And I have been slacking on writing the notes for this fight because there's so much stuff happening. So I'm trying to categorize it in something that like makes sense to explain to people who have no idea the vomit that's on their screen. So I think I'm gonna do like a, what are the auras? What matters about the energy? What's the crap on the ground that you have to dodge and the penalty for it? And then what are the tank mechanics? And then what do you require healing cooldowns for? Will be the last category, I think. When to use healing CDs? Smile. Because I gotta get this done. Because I gotta get this done early. If we get it done early, because they're not changing these boss fights or anything like that, then I get to work on the guides, the M+ and raid guides. Because if we go too long without our editor having content to work on, he'll escape. He'll get out of his enclosure. I'll start worrying about freedom. Cannot be having that. Gonna get away. Oh yeah, okay. Where is the... Where's the Divine Storm? I believe it's supposed to be a cast. Oh, I think he just has this bubble up. That's why. I don't think we like purge the bubble this time around. So he should be casting Divine Storm around now. He's casting Divine Toll, Sacred Toll. Oh my god. I see a Divine Toll by Bellamy being channeled, and then he casts Sacred Toll. I think that's actually what it is. Sacred Toll, Lightblood, deems players in 100 yards unworthy, inflicting holy damage to them. Then where's Tyr's Wrath? Sen brings Tyr's Wrath down upon 5 players nearest to her every 3 seconds. Because that's supposed to be what this is. But I have an Absorb on me? Yeah, I see it. I see that also on the timeline. But then it's not actually being cast. I have a feeling it's just like this AoE circle around, you know? Yeah, look at that. It looks like... Okay, Sacred Toll is just damage. Yeah, Sacred Toll is just the damage. I see. Alright. So it's going to be Sacred Toll, burst of AoE damage. Within 100 yards. Okay. Burst of AoE damage. Just heal it up. Execution sentence. Multiple parties to soak swirlies. Hey, Griffin. Yeah. Sorry to hear it, man. What league are you in? I feel like Divine Storm is probably just going to be like this big circle that you just walk out of. Dude, there's a Sacred Toll. There's a Divine Toll. Two of these guys got judgments. There's a Shield of the Righteous. Champ. Nice. Let's see. It is. It's old footage of this, Maffrey. Like early December. Priest got defensive buffs? Where? Let me see. We got buffs? Chat, come on. Link it. Listen, you guys ask me to link you stuff all the time. I want some reciprocity. Come on. There we go. I can't be the only one linking stuff. Angelic Bulwark absorbs 25% of your max health. Ooh. Spell warding now reduces magic damage by 3 to 6%. Nyx, thank you for the 68 months. Much love. Strength of Soul now increases stamina by 6%. Ooh. Weak specs and Zorthus' video got buffed and DK got a bit nerfed. Man, it's crazy. Tettles makes videos about the potions being OP. Potions get nerfed. Zorthus is the hope. Yeah. Zorthus makes the defensive video. Those guys get buffed. It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, works a little better. You know? A little bit. I wish the spell wording buff was a little bit higher. But hey, 2% more stamina. 2% more stamina, W. Jack makes videos saying this is good. They take 5 straight weeks. True. I say Druid's good too, and they get 1. Oh, man. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Think she's the one. She's just 24. We do have Discon Fellowship, and it's on steroids too. Yeah. But hey, W, we got some buffs. We got some buffs. Proclaim a druid AutomaticJak, then let's nerf him. There we go. There we go. Oh my god, those debuffs. See, this is the execution sentence. Oh, and then we got hit, and then we exploded, and then we died. Oh, that's right. So the spinning hammers are coming out of the execution sentence. That's what it was. That's what it is. Yeah. In our shit to dodge on the ground, divine hammers that Swirl out after the execution sentence is soaked. Yeah. Yep. Defensive buffs. Defensive buffs. Made us a little slightly tankier. Like priest meta, we pray. She achieved nothing. 2% stamina, a bit extra defensive value. I'll take something. I'll take something. What do you think, Maffrey? On the Holy Priest boat? You want to get on the Holy Priest train with me? Think you live by 5% when you'd have barely died? Eh? Every bit helps. Every little bit helps. And feel free at Maffrey. Whenever. They didn't revert the Imperial Legacy, nah. Yeah, we just saw it, Darth. Yep, Holy Priest getting a bit of stamina, a bit of extra value. We take those. We change for rats. They don't need it. They don't need it. Just bear form, man. Just bear form. Testing's done. Let's go. W. W. Then we can start power testing. We can start doing a little bit of power testing. Let's see what other mechanics am I missing. All right, lots of stuff for Sen. I gotta see like what's actually proccing with Tyr's Wrath. Sen brings down Tyr's Wrath upon players nearest to her every 3 seconds, absorbing the damage they receive. After using a powerful ability, they receive forbearance. Yep, we just saw it, Tim. Because it's weird. She like runs to the side, starts casting Blinding Light, charges forward, inflicts damage to players in her path. If it's a blinding flash of light, inflicts damage to all players and disorienting them unless you interrupt it. She shields herself, absorbing damage, and then yeah, you just gotta break the shield. Yeah. If you have an infusion proc, you'd probably just use flash. If you don't, I mean, it also depends on like what's the level of damage they're taking. If they're taking huge damage, you holy light them. If they're taking like manageable damage, you shock them. But if you have an infusion proc and they're taking manageable or medium levels of damage, then you just flash shield them. Something like that. Something like that. It seems like she's putting out Tyr's Wrath just when she has this shield up. I wish I would switch targets. Because maybe it's just a buff that she has on herself. We just like still couldn't clear this absorb. It's still there. Oh no. Oh no. And then ba-boom. Dark Horse Theory, maybe Holy Priest. Because it does big heals. Because it does big heals. Holy Priest is really good on healing absorbs, yeah. Because the nice thing about Holy Priest healing profile is that you're going to do really big single target healing, both with Prayer of Healing and with Serenity, and then you also cleave very effectively. So when you get into this situation and everyone's taking huge amounts of heal absorbs, you're doing the most healing to your primary target, and then you're cleaving off on everybody else with both Poe and Serenity. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it keeps on stacking the absorb, yeah. You can see I have like 3 stacks right there. I think Holy Priest is super fun to play. You're really, really cooldown centric though. Like if you don't have surge procs, which you know most of the time you're getting from like being in Halo, then your spells are just so expensive. That's the problem. The bright side is you have like a lot of 2-minute fight timers, which works out in your favor. But it's very, very easy to like yourself. Now we're talking about healing the absorbs. Healing up the absorbs. Yeah, you can see like it's tough to have the health go even further negative, but I have 3 stacks on myself. And I'm just like trying to struggle clear all of it out. Yeah. Yeah, your mana is going to be really bad until you get to like Paragon, Griffin, because you also regen mana based on the amount of stagger you clear. And at like early levels, you're not really clearing relatively that much stagger. And at later levels, you clear an insane amount of stagger. And so that just gives you tons of mana. It goes away, like I said, when you get into higher dungeons. So, yeah, I use better CDM. You can move it in the better CDM menu, but it doesn't have like an edit mode where you drag it. You just have X and Y axes. So, yeah, Holy Priest is going to play Archon. Yeah, we saw the defensive buffs. It's nice. Yeah, it wasn't on the original early playtest, Griff. It's in the tooltip, though, for like better continuity or whatever it's called. So, but yeah, you might just need to like cast less Entropy's Claim early on to save yourself some mana. Maybe just cast more time shards, you know. There's no way to like hard choose a capstone unless you have like a 4-player group. So like whenever you're solo queuing in Fellowship, you should always just be trying to have the goal of like getting a 4-player group put together. So if you like queue into a group, try to ask them like play again. Because if you're just only clearing your group every single time, you're just going to have a bad time playing. There is a setting you can turn on that like only groups you with people who have your score or higher, but sometimes it still just feeds you lower level dungeons. I just press solo queue? No. No, you solo queue and then you try to build a 4-player group out of your solo queue groups. In the edit mode, you can center the buffs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they basically... Well, they killed off Oracle Holy Priest Revoca when they nerfed Prayer of Mending a lot in... I think it was like sometime mid-December or something like that. Yep. Socialize, man. Socialize. Got to build up those groups. Because then you can just direct queue into it. All right. That's right. That's why you gotta get that 4-player group. Because then you can start queuing for specific dungeons too. They're gonna bring it back soon, Spleen. Yeah, when they bring it back, we're going to play Void Weaver, and then we're going to work on some Pally builds. Yep. Yeah, they're offline for now. They'll bring them back, though. First feeling on Void Weaver, it'll be good in some situations, but like really, really weak in like single target healing, triage healing, stuff like that. Quality of dungeons this season, I think they're great. I think they're really, really great. I think almost every dungeon has like consistent damage that you have to always be healing. So people were pretty upset about having like less healer damage, but you spend so much time actively healing that I don't think it's a big deal. Oracle just doesn't really do a lot of healing through its hero talents, and if you don't have a lot of overheal, so you basically just end up flash healing a lot more. So I think Oracle Holy Priest is just like too weak. Just doesn't do enough output on its own. Wish I knew what was like activating Tears Wrath, but it's okay. Tears Wrath. Heal Absorb. It's supposed to be based on the proximity to the boss, but I feel like that wasn't actually true. I don't know, I'll write it down though. Halo doesn't do a lot, but basically they tone down Halo's healing, but you get a lot of healing from your Prayer of Healing because your Apotheosis is stronger with Archon, and your healing from Surge casts does more healing. So, nope, this is just my personal notes for a video I'm going to make. I'll have it all in this video, and it'll be presented way better. It'll be presented way better. Okay, watch out for Elec Charge. Let's see. Auras and DPS checks. Let's see. Elec Charge into Blinding Light. Must break shields. The entire raid gets disoriented. That's right, Joe. It's going to be nice. They're not going to be the tankiest on the field, but it's going to help a lot. Yeah, they just did, Overlord. So we're getting better baseline stamina, because you're definitely taking Strength of Soul all the time anyway. And then we're probably just going to take Angelic Bulwark now. It was pretty bad at 15%, but I think it'll be good enough at 25%. I think I put in like 1 point into Spell Warding or something like that. It's kind of like a high talent point investment setup. Let me see. Oh yeah, we do get more points now at max level. I guess, yeah, you kind of want that. I think it's a 1 point angle. Because it's so expensive to get Fade DR. I mean, you could drop like Lightsmith Inspiration, but then, you know, it's like I would rather have 10% more stamina with Desperate Prayer, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah. What I'm trying to do, Burn, today is I'm trying to test Disc and Pally and then make a video and be like, here's how removing Empyrean Legacy makes the gameplay bad and why they should bring it back. Yeah. I think Pally will perform well. We'll see what our tests bring. But that's kind of what I'm trying to do today. That's kind of what I'm trying to do today. But Blizzard has the freaking servers down. Wait, they actually... All right, they're coming. They're coming soon, actually. They're coming soon. Let me see if I can finish up these notes. Yeah, I gotta kill the boss at the same time. Light infused damage increased by 25% every time a member of the Vanguard. Oh, that's what it is. Where is that log? Light infused. So this is supposed to keep on scaling, but I guess the fight just ended. There's a trample. Yeah. So channel damage, Lightblade just burst damage, Avenger Shield, which has the dots. We got Execution Sentence. I still gotta get like footage or see the Divine Storm firsthand. But I think Light Infusion is just a hard passive. It looks like. Just Warbreaker, what a standout that was. I didn't feel sorry for Aldakur. Was he... What is it? The like butler? I'm trying to find a better word for it. He wasn't like the high priest, right? He was like the butler you're talking about. Oh, the female god. Who was like flirting with the All right, we go ride beta. I gotta relog. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. It might be time for a reread. I mean, if they reduce something for mana, they make mana better for Holy Priest, then we will really be cooking. Yeah. Yeah. That's great, Val. I thought you cast Healing Wave. Yep. I thought you cast Healing Wave. You can play anything you want in lower keys, Bay. You can play whatever you want in lower keys. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real fast. We gotta cook up some builds. I'll be right back. And then we ride. Oh my god, perfect thing to come back to. Same. If you want to do above 12s, you absolutely must play meta. Figure out what's meta by watching Jack's videos 100 times with ads. My man. My man. Oh man. Okay. Let me figure out a cook. My dude. Azuran, thank you for the 0 months. Is there any... I'm gonna ask Clarius. Is there any way to run Paladin the Martyr in Keeg? Or is it just too bad? Ah, man. Yeah, we're just getting started, NJ. I know it's been a long stream, but we've done absolutely nothing productive. Well, I made some notes. I made a couple notes. But beta's finally up. Blushweaver. Oh. I'm a little conflicted about the Blushweaver part. I think she was just arrogant.
6 days hype.
Yo, Butters, thank you for the full year. I was beta down because Blizzard hates me and they saw I turned the stream on, ducks. They don't want me to get additional information. They don't want me to succeed. They don't want me to succeed. Okay. Now they had some like beta server shenanigans going on. What I wonder. About to get started, architect. About to get started, my dude. Ooh. I'm talking to Clarius. And he just sent me a fucking build, W. God, I love Clarius. Just randomly hit him up. And he's like, yeah, you want to build? Here you go. Yes, please. Yes, please. Clarius. HPal, M+. God, we love Clarius. Okay. Let me start running some logs. Anger. I'm gonna start running some logs. Playing the beat tier healer again? That's right. Boom. Perfect timing. I was just like, hey, like, what do you think about Light of the Martyr? He's like, oh, I think it's really good in keys now. I was like, oh, well, shit. I was about to cook up something and... Yep. Perfect. That makes everything miles easier. And beta and logs. HPaler post nerf. HPal. Oh, what happened? It crashed. Well, let's find out, Renzier. Broncos country, let's ride. Beta logs HPaler. So post nerf disk HPaler. There you go. Just today. All right. I'm the only non-heal druid with the forces going on. They're just fodom slaves. They want to juice up their Their beta IO to infinity. Let me see. I'm gonna ask a question. The flash with infusions, huge spot heal since you won't be using judgment much. Yeah. Just curious about the Crusaders might still. I think we're going into more of a caster style HPal instead of this really cool fusion between melee and caster abilities. Yeah. Yes, I'm not gonna confuse. Oh my god, is that Kalamazi? The holder of the 100,000 subscriber plaque? Oh man. Yeah, we saw it, Keed. Pretty solid. A little bit extra stamina, a little bit extra value. Not too shabby. Good morning. Good morning, big dog. Yeah, new build. New build. Damn, they got a druid fast. They got a druid very quickly. What should our first 15 be? I guess I do want to see what happened to Pit. I do want to see what happened to Pit. AM mental. Okay. Two for two for Zorth bringing up something in a video and it's fixed within a week. Yeah, he's like the new Tettles. Yeah. And rip the slash combat log. Let's see. Party frames, Dander's frames. Yep. All right. Are you tanking Illuminos? That's right, Dander's frames. Yeah, man, sign up. Let's do it. Yeah, I want to see what Pit looks like. I want to see what Pit's gonna look like. Yeah, I should have a guide out for Dander's frames. Maybe Monday. Maybe Monday as well. Oh yeah, we can see how Shadow Priest does too. She is good to pick a raider, but what do some high keys do? Druid. Druid for raid and keys. Tank coming. Oh, I guess I'll still list it so we can sign up. And we got a key. I'm feeling Druid to be getting a nerf. No way we have Druid meta for 2 seasons straight. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not expecting, like, there's changes I want to have happen, you know? But I'm not expecting them to happen. If they happen, they happen. We at pit. It's kind of like, you know, you want the justice to happen. You know what should happen. There's no guarantee it actually does. I mean, Holy Priest is still squishy Jinx, but like it's a little bit less. So, you know, we take that. Something better than nothing. Something's better than nothing. Top tier on plus comp? I think DPS got shaken up a lot, so I'm not actually sure about the DPS. But I'm pretty sure you're still running Brew. Pretty sure you're still running a Druid. Kind of go from there. I thought DK was still really good, but somebody said they got like super nerfed, so I'm not sure. Is the Demon Hunter here? DK still OP, don't you worry? Alright. I like to hear. I like it when the OP melee are also really tanky. Yeah. Shaman, Druid, HPal for your mythic raid healers. How screwed if the last healer isn't a priest? Not screwed. Alright. And countdown 10. There's never like, you have to bring this healer. Man, just don't say ready if you're not ready. crafting for raid purposes, what my guild usually does is like we just have like dedicated guild crafters. So a lot of times if I even get professions, I'll just get gathering professions, and then we just kind of like funnel resources to one person, or we sell them and then, you know, use the gold to buy whatever we need. All right, I'm just gonna hit the ready check button again. Prop Heli feels good. Yeah, I think they're like top 3 for tanks or something like that. They're usually really strong. I think it's less of like a, you know, they're bad as much as like Brew's just really good, you know? Let's see. Stones, please. Yeah, you can buy, we have a lot of gold from sales and stuff, but also we want to like buy BOEs or buy stuff for alts, things like that. They're always nice. So I think it's better if you have like a friend or something like that who can do the crafting, but if you want to do all the crafting profession stuff yourself, you always can. The way my guild does is we just have pretty big like infrastructure of people. I never know what to do when people sign up for a group and then they just keep on like, they don't say anything. Like, don't sign up for a group if you're not ready to run. About to find out, that guy. Oh, about to find out. We cooked up a new build. Asked Mr. Clarius what he thought. And he sent us a new build to try out. Because, like, you don't even really need to have, like, a high-end guild to be able to have, like, dedicated crafters. Yeah. Apparently Lura has leech pieces? I don't see them on the loot table. Alright. One more ready check. Bro. Oh my god. What? Like, they signed up. They were the first ones in. They're... Oh my god, man. If they're not ready by the next time I ready check, I'm lobbing them. I'm lobbing them. I gotta sit here 20 minutes just waiting for somebody. If they already signed up, if you're ready, you're ready. You know, if you're not ready, you're not ready. Here's the last ready check. Here's the last ready check. If you can't hit the ready button, we're out of here. Okay, he's ready. W. It's like when people hit ready on the ready check and then they're like, wait, I'm not ready.
2, 1.
There we go.
5.
I think it'll be Priest and Paliclode. I think it will be.
1.
Dude, I would have started lobbing.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Oh my god. What just happened? You guys heard that too, right? Not like actually crazy. I have no idea what that was. I have no idea what that was, but that was terrifying. I did not enjoy that either. Was waiting for the just nerfs? Yeah, it must be. Okay. Yeah, are we dispelling the rumors now about Shadow Priest damage being bad? Exclamation mark song. This is Tame Impala.
Good fortune.
Alright, so I'm gonna try to do more damage. Oh my god, it didn't apply to me. Okay. Because I'm running Echoing Blessings. Oh. Oh man. That's true. There's nothing worse than like going into a chat and trying to hit a command and the command doesn't exist. I feel that. I feel that. There we go. I gotta use more Shield of the Righteous. I gotta get mana regen going here. Holy Light's great, just expensive. And you gotta like be doing damage to be able to get ready for the cost associated with the Holy Lights. So like, I'll cast it there. 100%. Probably saved his life. Actually, it did save his life. Rapala healing, Word of Glory, something called Solace. Hey, doing well, Hamish. How's it going, man? Yeah, Yeah, Flash actually just feels really good after those buffs. And give you a bop. They gave Flash, I think it's like an 8% buff or something like that. It wasn't huge, but like, it's enough to notice when I also swapped off of, what do you call it? Resplendent, and I moved into Moment of Compassion. Like, this is actually a much better button. I think Voidweaver is going to be the angle for disc. I'm going to do probably a dungeon or two. We'll see how much time I have today. Servers have been down forever. They've been down forever lately. We talk about Pally while playing it? What do you want me to like spin plates and play the video game? Oh my god, man. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about it. I'm trying to make sure I do it right first before I start yapping, you know? Give him a little freedom. I got 2 stacks of my Holy Light. Be casting all nice and quick right now. So now that I have my infusions, I can be spending those on flash heals for like high damage periods. Probably spend it on like a judgment for bonus holy power and low damage periods. And I'll just send out that extra hand of divinity onto a holy light. Caster in the top right, by the way. Moderate levels of damage, light levels of damage. So we're able to just send out some shield of the righteous as we have them. Using our infusions for flash heals. Hit a freedom, hit a dispel. Gargoyle's probably gonna pick up somebody. And we pray Luminos gets him. Ah, we just stunned. That's right, we just stunned. I haven't tried stunning the gargoyle while it picks somebody up, though. Yeah. You're all good, Rem. The frames I'm using are Dander's frames. Whoa! Let's calm down here. One drop of infusion, please. There we go. I didn't do the stress test. My time to do the stress test is going to be next Thursday for Blizzard. I'm gonna test out Cell when it returns. It's gonna be easy content, Cell. Oh my god, this guy likes Cell so much he named himself after Cell. Holy crap. But yeah, I'll test it out. It'll be easy content. I'll do a little bit of is Cell better than Dander's frames? Easy value. I was Cell before Cell came out. Sure. I get it, man. It's a good add-on. I don't follow you. I like Dander's frames a lot too. But it's also so easy content because I know people are always gonna be curious. Everybody gonna want to know. I'm not using Dawn at all right now. I guess it'd be decent for this. Holy Power Bar is Sensei Class Resource Bar. He's gonna do it. Ah, of course. Cell's coming back sometime. Probably before the end of the month. No, I saw people talking about it in the Discord and everything, Rob. I just haven't really been messing around with my UI that much more lately.
We'll save for snack. For later. Prospered. You need more. Now, your bones will freeze. Frosto, giant underpants, please save boss.
I could have just like slowed down, but I wanted to like mix in some more holy lights. I just wanted to mix in some more holy lights. Unhalted unit frame, Sex. HPal still blasting. Mm-hmm. But we also gotta level up some keys. We also gotta level up our keys a little bit, get into some higher level content. What happened to this playlist, man? What happened to this playlist? That's right, always getting something, Anthony. We take those. We take those. TBD, Fuzz. TBD. Holy is looking quite good now. Pretty much, Aiden. I mean, I'm trying to hit, you know, some judgments for like extra holy power, and if like everybody's already healthy or something like that. I'm still like debating, because sometimes you get these moments where it's like, do you just sit there and do nothing, or do you just insta-send and consume an infusion? But it's certainly a lot less. I'm gonna drop Crusader's Might after this, because it doesn't seem like there's enough times where I need to use it. So Oracle's just not strong enough healing wise, Anthony. Getting Archon basically enables you to cast more Prayer of Healing because you can cast it more cheaply. And Oracle doesn't have any sort of equivalent to that. Oracle need to be more competitive. Better amplification of their palm output or something like that. They have a couple of like passive talents in their tree, which increase the healing, I believe, out of like Prayer of Mending in general. So probably something like that. Douglas, thanks for the prime. I would say like just increasing the passive healing contribution. So no idea when we get our final tuning. I guess heroic week technically. Yeah, so I ran at 18 the other day, Anthony, as Oracle Holy Priest, and like it's possible, right? But what happened is I started hard ooming on boss fights I usually don't oom on as Archon, because I just had to cast a lot of extra stuff. And I had to cast a lot of extra stuff because I just didn't have anything that sort of enabled my healing the way Archon gets their healing enabled. Probably a bad idea to walk through that. I don't think I can stun this, right? It's the wrong one.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them. Get that one. I've changed my mind. Go get that one instead. What are you attacking him for? The dangerous one is over there. Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
Very good.
Tell me, please. I'll tell you.
The like squishy sound, I guess. Jeep. I think that's bigwigs.
Death is
Yeah.
all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
The mastery is important, but not in the way you're thinking, Afrid, where you're like, oh, like, do I have to stand close to people? It's important in the way that you position your beacons, because not only is your mastery built off the back of your proximity, but with the Beacon of the Lightbringer talent, it's also built off the back of your proximity, or your allies' proximity to the beacon targets. So what I always do for like a best practices perspective is putting a beacon on a ranged player. And usually I put it on the squishiest of ranged players too. And that makes it a lot easier. But you have that button, how about you have a stun, how about we hit wings. And yeah, it's like simple as that. Like, okay, let me just put a beacon on somebody who's at range, or is gonna be like further away, they're gonna be close to them, be chilling. You can have exceptions to that rule if there's moments where somebody's going to take like a ton of damage. You know, I'll move my beacon off my tank and I'll move it onto squishy DPS players. Honestly, probably that last boss fight would have been a really good example of it, to put it on Tug and TMT, because there's a good chance I wouldn't be around either of them. Yeah, okay, sick. There's a Lich and a Great Blade. There's our change. That's about it. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Brethren, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, it sure beats having double Lich. That's for sure. What a penkin. He made 3 mil off Decor Crafting. My God. Are you getting ready for launch, Kamari? Because you're probably going to make even more if you've already made 3 mil. Oh, man. Yeah, no more skip. Everyone has like a different opinion as like whether they want current fight or overall damage, so I don't know. I literally just like never look at the damage meters. I don't care. But it's like every day somebody has like a different preference. I don't really understand, like I don't DPS obviously, but I don't really understand the idea of like wanting to see the overall before the dungeon is over. Because like wouldn't you just know if you're doing like less damage and like you're just not, you were not doing as well in like an early pull or something like that? You like to parse They're parsing a wipe. Yeah. So man, game's not over yet. Gotta get there first. I believe that Pally is still going to be a very strong healer. But we're just going to put it to the test tonight. Ping CD on the beacons bother you? Nope. I don't even notice it. I didn't even notice it until you said it.
Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I shall not fail the Lich King. Come, that is your end. Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
And it feels so wrong to keep Judgment off cooldown for so long. I feel you, Noct.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Hauk, thank you for the 2 months.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Drive it automatic, of course. What up, Colony? How you doing?
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
You won't be
was like a solid warm-up key. Did we plus... Nah, plus 1. Always get your way with me. It doesn't feel like weak by any means.
And the blazing path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel. This day will stand as a testament.
That's right, minor priest defensive buffs, W.
Not even the Lich King himself can stand when Alliance and Horde set aside their...
No! You monster! I could not save them. Damn you, Arthas. Damn you! The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
Oh, Carol, thank you so much for the new sub. And Crit Pickle, thank you for the prime. All right, let's ride on over to Skyreach. Skyreach, if you'd like to stay. Friends at Blizzard. No, I'll stop you right there. I'll stop you right there, big dog. Yeah, I'm still working on like how HPal feels and stuff. We're gonna change around Crusader's Might, run with Divine Toll. It just feels right to me. All good, bro. All right, I gotta find a tank. Friends at Blizzard derogatory, yeah. Snowball's class will be fine no matter the spec. I feel you, man. I mean, I wish that tanks in general just did a ton of damage. Whatever damage level they need to do to be all wanting to play the game and stuff, I'm down. Whatever they need. Whatever they need. Let's see, everyone else staying. I think HPal still feels pretty strong, but I want to keep on leveling up the keys and then we'll get a better idea as we go. I don't want to just rip a 15 and then one and done it, you know? Yeah, Vengeance would be great. Divinity stacks from activating Apotheosis get munched at the same time. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yep. That's why I think Eternal Sanctity is probably going to be a better option. Yeah, because they get munched. They're a little stronger, right? But they're not giving you lots and lots of extra value. They're not giving you lots and lots of extra value. Plus, I think since you are so, like, mana starved, a longer duration of Apotheosis is going to be helpful for that too, because then your Holy Words are going to be discounted in that period as well. Yeah, I know Mistweaver's gonna be really strong, Jibby. We'll see how HPal is. We'll see. Mana Star, play a little classic WoW. You think you'll have unlimited mana? I'm good. Until I go, well, I think with this tank, I won't have to heal him too much compared to others. you doing, Shaw? Let's go, man. Let me see. Even more. Let's see. It's okay. Kalamazoo was here. He was warming me up. He was warming me up. I'll just rip a ready check. We'll see. We'll see. Didn't seem like Shadow was doing this awful damage everybody was bringing up. Yeah, we're going to see what this Arcanath damage is going to look like. Because I'm not sure. People were asking about that too. Yeah, we'll have to see. I wish these guys would communicate, because I don't know if I should lob this guy or not. I waited like 10 minutes for him in the last dungeon. Alright, give him one more minute. Alright, I'll give him 2 minutes. I'm not gonna wait the other like 10 they had before. We'll see. What else did they change? They changed. We checked Pit already. We checked Pit already, and they basically put an enforcer next to a lich, and there's only one lich at the gate. Yeah. I think you're gonna play Voidweaver. We are gonna do some Voidweaver disc later, because I think that they're gonna be the big dog. All right, he's back. Let's go.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four.
Yeah, they really seem to hate Oracle, man. They really seem to hate Oracle. He's dead.
simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Going. I don't really want to drop the key down because I don't have it as Brazil. And I'm just trying to see how the damage is going to go.
Only the strongest survive.
I don't know what's happening, man.
Do not believe your eyes. We hide no.
There is some serious edge action happening. Let's enter. Yeah, I don't know if one talent build for Prot is like really, really bad or what, but man, he just like exploded. He just straight up exploded. Nameplate colors should, yeah, they should already be working in pre-patch, I think. It should be.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh yeah, we don't have Lust. It's tragic. That's right, finally get to play some HPal. We're probably gonna do one or two more HPal dungeons, and then we'll do one or two Void Weaver dungeons. The Trucy, thanks so much for the new sub. Just want to get like a decent amount of like limit testing with it. I know I'm not gonna have enough time for like leveling up a key all the way to 19s or whatever. feels like the flash shields are really strong so far. It's like there is room to mix in the judgments, but it's like, you know, not nearly as consistent. Having the divine tolls to help you guarantee infusion procs, or like almost guarantee, you know, you have like a really, really high chance with it. Helps a ton. I definitely want to see how Arcanat's going to go because they nerfed this fight. And we'll see if it's actually going to be like something really, really substantial or not. In this fight, we can just DPS most of the time. I feel like this is another, like, I guess not appreciated enough thing for paladins, being able to like actively mana regen the way other healers just can't do. And since you have such a strong, like, when you have such a strong mana burn and like holy lights, makes it pretty busted. What? All right. Which one's Vordaza? The like the Nexus King one where you just get to like burn her down really quick. There's always like heroic tuning. There's always heroic weak tuning that they have, but usually it doesn't like change up the healer meta that much. You know, usually whatever's good gets like toned down maybe a little bit, but they're still going to be like the best option. So I'm kind of the mindset if we don't have something next week, then I think it's a decent chance that we're going to be locked in. But they can also still do it in the week and a half or so before, you know, normal and heroic week even come out. Or is it what, 2.5 weeks? I know for myself, I'll probably just like work on the tier lists and like a final thing next Friday, if I had to guess. I mean, Holy Priest does a ton of healing. If there was ever going to be like an unexpected Dark Horse healer to like surprise people in raids or something like that, I feel like it could be Holy Priest. But at the same time, their mana burn is like really, really harsh. You know, it's very easy to go as a Holy Priest. So you would like need to get those innervates. Who's making you play Mistweaver? They like have your family or something? Need to call somebody? Yes? Alright, well, FBI, get in there. The Mistweavers are at it again. The Mistweavers are at it again. What kind of raiding add-ons we'll have to get yet? Probably like method raid tools or Northern Sky raid tools. They're probably like both gonna do the same thing. You know, you can get like the raid reminders to pop up. And then you can like assign them for like where you want to use your abilities and things like that. Back before we had like weak wars doing everything, we had you know, exorcist raid tools, which became method raid tools, and it would have specific like pop-ups for a boss fight, which would give you like an overlay or array that you would like help you sort your way around a fight or something like that. So if there were like situations like that, you'd probably have something along those lines. Nah, Virtue's kind of like GCD heavy. I've seen like some Shinies builds running it, but I don't think it's really that good. But honestly, like, none of the fight... we'll see about the last boss fights. But not too many of the fights really felt like they needed to have, like, some add-on or some tool to be able to tell you what to do. Which is nice. Oh my god, please. Yeah, they're doing this dirty, man. But what else is new? Yeah, this damage doesn't feel nearly as bad. Yeah, I think Holy Priest is really, really strong output. The problem for Holy Priest is just how much mana you can burn and how easily you can burn it down. Yeah, this fight was absurd beforehand. I was doing disc and pally tonight. I got all my VODs, all my footage and everything like that on YouTube if you want to check it out. We have a little live tab right there, and I always label whatever I'm playing that day. Why should it not be fake? They love nerfing disc, man. Absolutely. I mean, that's how it goes before every expansion, though. I remember in BFA, disc got nerfed like every single patch leading up to a season. Every single time, without fail. Oh, I've double beaconed them. Or double blessing them. We're gonna do some Void Weaver, which I think will be good. It definitely will have good damage. But we'll see how it goes healing wise. Problem is, I think it's gonna have too many like weak spots. It's not gonna be like a very flexible healer. So yeah, for boss fights, I think this one will be fine. We'll see how the Tank Buster goes. But I think for a boss fight like this, I would probably just like move my beacons to double range players or something like that. Because usually the damage is not too bad on the tanks. Just kind of depends what's going on. Like, what are we doing? Gilad! Oh my god, they're so close to each other. Stack. Stun, add, spawn. Kill. We're like so obscenely close. Don't kill on another or it revives. Void Weaver and Windrunner? Yeah, because Void Weaver has really, really poor spot healing, and that dungeon requires a ton of it. It requires so much of it. My god. Good thing I had sack on him. Oh man. I don't know how we killed that. That's crazy. Almost there. We made it. Yeah, Winter I feel like has the biggest swing between like people who know the dungeons and people who do not know the dungeons, and like how much extra damage you could take. Because there's so much that's avoidable and so much that you can stop and kick and shut down. Yeah, I feel like even if I have to cast more Holy Lights, it's still fine because I can still just DPS, and I can still just get my mana back with DPS. So like the utility of using infusions on judgments is like still there, kind of, even if it's not as great as it was before. Because right here, it's really just like the tank it and beat, tank it and beat, tank it and beat bit of damage. It's all in my Waggo nasty. Haven't done Lightsmith yet. I think it's going to feel a lot weaker because there's a lot of talents that were synergizing with like Awakening and pushing you to cast more Judgments. And they've like taken away a lot from casting Judgment already. So I feel like it's going to be in a lot worse of a position. Why not, Adam? I'm gonna put my bed in there next. Yeah, it's a dual air fryer. It owns, dude. That air fryer is a legend. I'll get that that Ninja blender soon for smoothies. I was thinking about it. No news about Cell. I see you, GM. Ninja Blender is great value, but if you blend a ton of stuff, the Vitamix is unbeatable. I make like a monster smoothie every morning. So I need something that can blend like a bunch of different ingredients and make it all smooth.
We will cast you down like the mountains. Cast them down! Let the scavengers below feed on their
Round 2. Oh my god, please kill it.
might of the Aracore.
get a monster smoothie that I make every morning. It's got like a scoop of protein powder, a bunch of collagen in there, spinach, banana, big cup of frozen fruit. What else do I have? Got like oats, chia seeds. Oh, he double stunned. Rip. I had my monster today though. Gotta get your monster in. What is it? Coconut water and oh yeah, I also put in Greek yogurt too. It's huge. It starts turning green if I take too long to drink it though. The spinach reclaims it. Solids, put ice, a banana, some mango, and blueberries in there.
Been a minute. Hi there.
Oh, what's going on, board? Over the 94 months, my goodness, dude. Vitamix is better at evenly blending. All right. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I was gonna say, board, there's one thing. Appreciate you, dude. Cook eggs and bacon and throw that in the blender. I like to have those separately. What was it? Yesterday? I guess it was yesterday. I got up nice and late, slept in, made some hash browns, some turkey bacon, some scrambled eggs, sat back and feasted. Dude, hash browns really slam. Oh my god. I got like these massive packs of frozen hash browns and they're so good. Oh. Actually, I might get some soon, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, I might get some. Yeah. See, I don't think I'm gonna be able to have time to level up all the way up, so I might do a bigger Pally dungeon, or I might go and play some disc. We'll see. We'll see. I want to see how Arcaneth. I think Arcaneth was the highest healing fight. 85k. Maybe Rookrin. Yeah, actually, yeah, Rookrin was a lot higher. Ice Age 98, yeah. Yeah, so heavy Eternal Flame, still good amount of healing at a beacon. 23 cast at a flash. It's a flash sitting for about half of what you get out of Holy Light, but it's also super, super cheap. Mars is only minus 3%. Yeah, it's a lot more flash, but what I end up finding is that, like, you just aren't as mana efficient as you used to be. You're just not as, like, mana efficient as you used to be. And so I think on longer fights, this is going to work against you because you're not having, like, as powerful of, like, beacon transfers because you're not having the Empyrean Legacy to help you cast like the extra Light of Dawns, which kind of transfer over. So I think rot fights actually get a lot worse for the spec because you don't have that like extra free healing. All of your healing is like coming from your directs now, you know? That like underbelly of like free Light of Dawn healing made it a lot of fights like really trivial. Yeah. The bright side though is like you could just cast like more Holy Light and you can like bail yourself out of a lot of problems really, really easily. It's a good cheat code. Yeah. I don't think it's bad, no. I don't think it's bad. I just think that you got like worse for rot fights. 2 charges with a free Holy Light. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Let's see if I can find a little Void Weaver key. All right, let me find our Void Weaver setup. Let's see. He's got a high skill cap in retail. These bug just pretty so rough. I think that they just keep on nerfing your usual builds. I think you're probably gonna be running something like this for Void Weaver long term. Let me go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll slam a Void Weaver key. All right, BRB. Okay. Running the Algothar back actually is going to be a good test. It's going to be a good test. Let's go find out, Zerks. Be interesting to see how this is gonna go because we're gonna need some very punchy, powerful healing. Some very, very punchy, powerful healing to deal with the consistent damage here. Find HPal or Mistweaver harder to play? I think Mistweaver is a little bit, yeah. I think it is a little bit. I got some tanky guys. We got some tanky men. Oh, they nerfed it again. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Arcanist damage was not that bad at all. Yeah. Voidweaver in raids is like a very all-in type of setup. If you are off on your timers at all, you just like lose all your healing. On paper, it looks good, but there's you also have to stand still and mash the smite button a lot. And that gets very, very difficult to do on some fights. Because it's not like, usually you don't have to like travel a vast distance too often, but it's a lot of like dodge this swirly, dodge that swirly, you know? So what we're going to try to do with this setup, though, is we're going to try to take advantage of Greater Smite, make that go burr. Wait a minute, this is the wrong build. Oh my god, I'm really glad I saw this. I think it was Holy Ray. I'm really glad I checked on this. Transit that haven't happened yet. Take that, take that. Pick up ease. Okay, this is the right build. Yeah. Yeah, where like Oracle, if they had like a good ramp, you could just be like penancing and that'd be most of your output, and you could just move around and do whatever. This one, not so much. Elkin, thank you for the 5 months. Okay, so we're going to have a lot of the value out of execute, though. We are going to be like hunting for execute value as much as we possibly can. Because getting extra squids, getting expiation value is going to make a really big difference. We have a little bit of dot spread, but not much. And a lot of value with your dots in general. Lots of it in general. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so weird because for Oracle, you actually get helped with evangelism by being able to apply your atonements faster, but it kind of hurts Voidweaver because you don't have that baseline longer atonement durations. You have to be like really precise with your ramp timers and you can't stall. Like what Oracle can do is if you apply your atonements too quickly, you can kind of stall with your smites for a couple seconds and then be able to hit the timer correctly. You don't really have that luxury with Voidweaver because not only do you have lower atonement duration, but you also have to play around your collapsing void and when that collapses. Otherwise you lose a ton of healing that way too. So it's like on paper Voidweaver looks better, but if you mess up like even a little bit, you're just gonna get destroyed. Yeah, and you gotta be able to get the smites up in advance too. Yep. Yep. It's one of those things like how much do you want to work just to get everything rolling? Yep. Oh, it's like the twin sight penance doesn't. That's kind of okay in raids because it prevents you from having some like super low duration atonements not get extended from when you're applying like all your atonements.
5, 4.
It's
3,
actually a little bit
2,
like oddly beneficial in some ways. He is going in. Pretty juicy first bowl. Yo, Shane, how's it going, man? Thanks for that 47 months, bro. Most of that 4 years. Whoa. Good night. I need an execute target really badly. Otherwise my tank is a goner. Yep.
Your survival wasn't
Dying kitten is the best. I bet you're having the time of your life, man. Yep. Henzo, thank you for the 2 months. Either one of Cell and Voodoo will be available. Supposedly Voodoo, or supposedly Cell will be back, but no ETA. Like maybe the end of this month, but we don't really know. And then I think Voodoo is gone, so I'm using Dander's frames. I don't have Cell. I'm not hiding it from you. I was just giving pro Cell propaganda when it came out. I'm no developer. I would never keep Cell from you. Yeah, I'll make a video when Cell does eventually come out, and I'll do a little compare and contrast. We're gonna have a Dander's Frames guide out on Monday anyway, so we'll also have some content there. It's in the vault, that's right. I hit it. I hit it.
I will slice the flesh from your bones.
You were done with limiting what add-ons can do? No. Alright, that's fun. That's fun. Drakthir if you're raiding. Probably like Night Elf if not. Maybe Dwarf. I'm sort of curious. Didn't look like it did anything. I think Dandruff Ram's great. It has a lot of really good tools. It's very easy to put together too. And well, like I said, we'll also have a guide for it. To make it even easier on top of that. Come on, execute. Yo, Eudora. Thanks so much for the prime. Chat, I need a favor. Remind me. Actually, I can do it right now. JK. Okay, got it. It's for a video. I was originally going to tell you, but now I'm not going to spoil it. So you guys are going to have to watch the video. That's right. Nah, I'm just gonna do, I wanted to record the whole, like, I want to record one of those videos, just like I did with, like, Monk and Holy Priest the other day, where it's, like, the tier list and, like, where they stand on the tier list, and then also, like, how they feel, but I don't really feel comfortable putting Pally somewhere on a tier list just yet, until I start doing, like, 17, 18, 19s or something like that. So, like, well, let me just record how they feel tonight, and then I'll do some more testing, some higher level content tomorrow, and then I can make a tier list based off that. Also, GN my tank. Good night. Yeah, that is a marker for sure. He even had a paint sub there too. That was rough. I was playing Pally, yeah. I was running Pally. Yeah, here was the build that Clarice had recommended for me. And so I was running with that. So. It helps a little bit. I mean, I feel like slightly tankier with them, but it's not a huge diff. I'll have Bulwark, and we'll see how Bulwark feels, actually. Down where I know I should not go. Because we get, where is it? Oh, I don't know if it even got implemented yet. Yeah, it didn't even get implemented yet. Well, I was going to say, I was like, it didn't feel any different, but that would explain it. That would explain it. Yeah, I thought they would have put those changes in.
4, 3,
when they brought the
2,
servers back, but I guess that would make
1.
too much sense. Oh, what can you do?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Druid's gonna be great in raids. They're gonna be great in raids. No. Acid, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, everybody. Why would Druid be great in raids? Because they do a lot of healing. And I don't think any of the other Druid specs are really going to have much value coming in. I don't see anybody talking about how anything positive, at least around like Boomkin or Feral. Balanced Druid goes sicko mode on logs for padding. Ah. That's what it is. It's dirty, rotten padding. This does great damage, but... Guys, dog, thanks so much for the prime, dude. This does great damage, but I think that the rest of the kit needs to be a bit stronger. Maddie, thanks so much for the new sub. Because the problem I see with Disc right now is that you're just gonna run Voidweaver, and you are gonna be really, really vulnerable to any sort of like spot healing situations. You can be very, very vulnerable in any spot healing situations. Times where you need to do like a lot of single target healing, you just don't do that well at all. Buff penance ceiling, make the Apex procs and every other penance to reduce the RNG. It used to be that high, and they actually had to nerf it because it was too strong. Yeah, I think they just need to go back to buffing like they need to buff both the penance damage and smite damage. I think for Oracle. You just go to the Xalatath endgame realm sunset on beta. Voidweaver, well, Voidweaver needs the single target talents like Shadowmen to be better. If they could make it so that Shadowmen had some kind of like positive synergy. I mean, I guess you kind of have it with, there's some Shadow talents. I forget their names. Most of them are worthless. Occultists. If they made it like really crank up the Shadow healing in Occultists, and then Shadowmen was also an instant cast ability, so if you had high enough levels of haste, you could get away with casting an instant cast Shadowmend, and you could still maintain your stacks of Greater Smite, then we're cooking. Then you're actually cooking. But it would have to be an instant cast. So I think HPal and Holy Priest both kind of have arguments to be brought in like rating, honestly. Is the defensive stuff Dux? Yeah. Don't look, Rob. Don't look. Yeah. They haven't implemented it yet, but W for getting some defensive buffs, right? We take those for sure. I'm kind of laying some pipe here with the damage. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Is that an HPal? Let's go. And whoop. Come on, mute it. Come on. Oh, you're just tanking that. As Oracle Diz do AoE damage? Well, that's the thing. They don't. It really is, Dux. Yeah, W's Orth for making that video. Yes, Rox. I'm gonna sit down with Volk for the best trinkets video Monday, I believe. So probably having it out, you know, in like launch week or something like that. Looks to be the game plan. Wow. Oh, I'm in danger.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Yeah. Battle Res is on cooldown. Battle Res is on cooldown. Well, I wish they would buff this spec. Instead, they just keep on hard nerfing it. Well, let me try the boss again. Yeah, whatever. Oracle Priest, I hated all that about having to change piety or whatever it was called. The day I decided to give it a try, I was so happy they like absolutely reworked it. Yeah, a lot of people were turned off by the premonition stuff. A lot of people were. Yeah, I would love it if all healers had a battle res, man. I would love it. I've been in beta because people are sweaty. People are sweaty. Like that guy reset the dungeon when he died to too many mobs and then ran it again. And then when we died on that boss, he's like, "Now we're leaving." That's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff you run into. Hey, Elton, thank you for those 6 years, my dude. Pretty much, Spy. Yeah, and like, I'm literally just hard smiting through my Entropic Rift, and we're just like still bleeding out. So I have tested the raid. Yeah, I think the race is going to be great. A lot of splits, though. A lot of splits, a lot of clears and re-clears of the first 2 raids on Mythic and stuff. It's going to be really, really interesting. I think it's going to be a decently long race, too. They're probably going to make that last boss of March on Quel'Danas like nuclear level difficulty. I think you like Mythic split the Chimeras boss, because that fight's really easy. The fight is like really, really easy. And I think it gives you this Gaze the On-Seer trinket, which is really good. I think a lot of people want it. So, probably thinking for the Prime. I think HPal would be good. Not as insane as it was before. I think it's going to be more of like an A-tier healer, and Druid stands alone in S. But I want to do some more like stress testing tomorrow. I wanted to do more today, but I'm just tired. I'm hungry. I gotta get some food in me. I spent like 4 hours waiting for Blizzard to put the servers up. So, something like that. Need sustenance. Need to refuel. Keep on gaining mass. But yeah, I'll have a video about this early next week, I think. Hopefully before they start making even more changes. We'll see. Before they make even more changes. But stream tomorrow, probably be a couple hours. It won't be a super long stream or anything like that, but we'll do some more Disc and HPal stress testing. We'll get some more ideas to how they feel, and we can push up some higher keys and have some more gamers on. All right. But I'll be back tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see you guys then. All right. GG's. Thanks for all the love today. I'll catch y'all later.